Ben's drone.
Ladies and wow, that's hot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, wait, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to UMI Motorsports Park. You are in for a treat tonight as we are getting started for our Turn 1 shootouts here at King of the Mountain. All the cars that you see out there, 48 of them, have been battling it out for 2 days to qualify for King of the Mountain. We've got 12 cars from each of 4 categories. We've got early model, mid, late model, and super late model. It's a variety of cars. They are all going to battle it out class by class until we get to the final 2 in each category. And then they are going to go for an overall winner for King of the Mountain, the big check, the fireworks, everything. It's going to be a good time had by all. But before we go anywhere, before we start racing, we're going to send them around the oval here at UMI Motorsports Park. And these guys love this park. All of you guys up there on the hill, we appreciate you guys coming out here and supporting your local racetrack. These racers are so thrilled to be 4 wide going around here, revving these things up, putting on a show, getting ready. This is the only time they can have somebody riding shotgun during the event. And man, it is just cool as hell. So let me hear you put your hands together for all of these guys and girls who have battled it out to get here for King of the Mountain 6.0, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. We have got some amazing rides out here. Everything from late model Corvettes, late model Camaros, Mustangs, of course, in the early model category, some of my favorites. You got 6 companies split into Corvettes, you got 69 Ladies and gentlemen, we got some special guests out here tonight. Let me tell you, cars from all over the country. There's one particularly bad man at the back of the field there in that yellow and black Corvette. Duke is the dude behind the wheel. He's going to put on a show. And that tan 65 Chevelle out there with Aaron Oberle behind the wheel, also one to watch. But there is nobody here who is not capable of knocking out the next guy to take the win. One of the heavy favorites in the early model category is that blue second-gen Camaro with Chris Smitty Smith behind the wheel, and 2 rows behind him in the white third-gen, his son Jason. We call him Smittium because there's 3 Smitties here on the grounds, 2 of them making it into the shootout. I feel privileged to be a part of it and to hang out here with all of you guys. I hope you are ready. Ashley, are you going to be the flag girl? Are you like throwing the green flag or anything fun? Come on. Now, if you're sitting here and you're hearing some squealing of brakes, specifically from the Evo down there will be a lot of them that way. These things have brakes that are pretty aggressive. So they'll squeak a little until they get some heat in them. But it doesn't matter what you're into, you're going to see it all here. Late model, early model, imports, domestics. That blue 69 Chevelle down there, that thing's something special. I got to tell you, I love that car. There are a lot of great people, a lot of great cars. Down here, you're going to see there's a gray Chevrolet Cobalt. We call it the Cone-Balt. That is a front-wheel drive car. Approximately 3 hours ago, that thing went into turn number 2 and jumped up in the air. When I say jumped up, I mean it. As the left rear wheel came off of the car. That gray one that's backing into place over here on the front stretch right now. The left rear wheel and tire came completely off of that car, sent it flying through the air and spinning around. They got out a hammer, they fixed it, and it's good to go. We do have a couple of Porsches in the field. Down here right in front of the main straightaway front stretch is that third-gen Camaro, says Speedtech on the side. That's Jason Smith, Smittium as we call him. Right behind him, the cool 944 LS swapped. That is a cool machine as well. Out of Canada, I believe. We got an S10 in the house right there. Don't let the primer fool you. That thing is bad to the bone. The Nissan GTR behind it. Oh, the Johns family there in their blue third gen. That is a gorgeous car. They're pushing it. Hopefully nothing big deal. We got drones in the house. In fact, multiple of them, bringing a great live feed to the world. If you've got friends and family at home, tell them to go to the UMI Performance YouTube channel. You can see up here in the sky right over the front stretch is a big drone. Got Justin Peachy down there behind the wheel of his Viper. Again, the 944 Porsche, plus we've got another new Porsche down there at the very end of the field with the green wheels on it. That thing is cool. a 300ZX in the field. We don't see those very often. A couple of C4 Corvettes, some early model Corvettes, C5, C6 here as well. We got a 280Z, actually a 260Z, I believe it is. Guy's from Canada, so he calls it a Z. That's too many letters for us Americans. So it's a Z. Bob Bertelson back in the green Mamba in. There are two little white Mazdas to watch out here too. The last one, the fifth car from the very end of the line down there, is John Vinton Voss. Him and Sam Strano are co-driving that car. That means that car is double entered. They both made it in to King of the Hammers, King of the Mountain. So they are both going to be driving that car. Sam Strano is a returning champion here. He has won in that car here at King of the Mountain. So him and John V are going to be taking on each other big time in that one. If you have not grabbed something to eat or drink, we've got great food options here. I see a bunch of you guys eating. I'm jealous. Looks yummy. And a bunch of the people that are down in the infield are going to end up over here on the right side. If you're in the main grandstand and you look over to your right, we have the Turn 14 distribution VIP area. Most of the people in there, we say, are in the Losers Lounge. We kid because we love them, but they didn't make it. They didn't make it into the shootout, so they're down there drinking their sorrows away and eating great food. Speaking of great food, Kenny Edwards out of New York City, one of the finest human beings I know, is down here this week cooking and having fun and racing his Mustang, and barely missed getting in here to King of the Mountain, and he made sure that all of the people that are going to be down there in the middle of the racetrack stuck down there, because once we start racing, we're closing the gate. They cannot get out of the middle of the racetrack, and they got nothing to eat. So Kenny gets them all set up with pulled pork and burgers, and they're good to go. I'm going to be joined by my partner in crime here in a few minutes, Ramey. He's going to be winded when he gets up this grandstands. I know, because I am. Got to tell you, I'm from Texas, and I love me some Pennsylvania summer weather, people, because it's like 11,500 degrees at my house right now. But it is beautiful here. Dang, look at those nachos. Are those like barbecue nachos? Are those, what is that? That's amazing looking. You could share that with 3 friends. Did you look at that? This dude right here in the red hat behind you is like, I'll help you taste test that. It's like, I'll be a royal taster. I also want to recognize all the racers out here this weekend, because we do a couple of fundraisers while we're here for King of the Mountain, and also for our Autocross Challenge and several other events where we raise money for the Emily Whitehead Foundation. It is a fundraising organization for childhood cancer, activating the cure for childhood cancers. They do a big bake sale out here, which sounds old-fashioned, but I'm telling you, I've eaten about 700 pounds of sugar in the last 2 days. They do a great job. They raised thousands of dollars in the last 2 days. We also have a gentleman named Nate, who's the lead engineer at UMI. He's a local. He's family. We love him. He was recently diagnosed with brain cancer and is undergoing treatments. He takes care of his family like you should, so we're trying to take care of him as our swear bucket raffle that we do every year here has been done for him. We raised $5 grand at our charity auction last night and several thousand more with the raffle. I don't have the exact numbers, but I'll get them for you. And that is all because these racers came down, bought raffle tickets, bought brownies, bought cookies, angel food cake, race car jello shots, all kinds of fun stuff to help out their fellow friends and neighbors. And between the two charities, we're talking about well over $10,000 here this weekend. So, you know, when you're looking at social media and you're looking at everything right now, and I know everything seems doom and gloom, people and everybody are always mean to each other and belittling and all that stuff. Look to the people next to you. We're all good people. We're all here to race. It doesn't matter who we're voting for or where we work or what we do for a living. We're all in this together. So love your neighbor. It's important. And again, this is a great example of it. And I couldn't be more proud to be a part of it. This is way more than a race for all of these racers that are here. I mean, tonight we're putting it all on the line for a big check and fireworks. But for the last 2 days, these guys have been helping each other out, trying to beat each other, no doubt. But if somebody's got a problem, they're helping each other out as well, and that's the American way. So, again, on behalf of everybody here at UMI Motorsports Park, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. All of you people that are up there on the hill, you guys are awesome. Bringing your easy ups. Man, I drove by up there a little while ago, and I may or may not have saw a large aluminum container full of sudsy beverages, barbecues going. I mean, families stacked up like cordwood up there. I got Mad Mike Cunningham out there with his crew straight across from me out there on the backstretch. We love all you guys. Appreciate you guys all being here. Seriously, this is a family operation. And without you guys all here to cheer all these drivers on, it just wouldn't be the same. So again, thank you so much to everybody that has come out here tonight. Give yourselves a big round of applause, folks, for supporting your local racetrack and coming out to see a good show. We promise to do everything we can to make sure this is as fun and exciting as it can be. As we get up here and roll into competition, Ramey and I will be up here giving you stats, giving you some background on the drivers, and giving you times, okay, as all of these guys run through the course. Now here's an important part for you guys, and we'll talk about this a little more as we go, but all those orange cones out there, hitting a cone is bad. It is like death, in fact, because each of those cones is 2 seconds of penalty. And 2 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, except when you're waiting on the microwave to ding or when you're running an autocross. And if you hit a cone out here, 2 seconds is nearly impossible to make up. So these guys are not going to want to hit that. And we're going to talk about strategies here in a little bit, but I assure you, none of them wants to hit it. Now here's another important fact. The course that you see out here has not been run by any driver here. We ran a course on Friday that was different. We ran a course today that was different. And now this, the shootout course, is also completely different and different from last year. So all of these drivers are going to be looking at this thing for the first time. They got to walk the course earlier, but that is all they were allowed to do. They were not allowed to drive around it. They were not allowed to go out there in their car. You saw when we just made our parade laps, all those cones on the outer circle were all out of the way. So these guys have had no practice on this course, and it's going to separate the men from the boys, so to speak. The lights are coming on. It's going to be awesome. Okay, so also, other important deal. For all you racers, up here on the flag stand in the middle, there is a scoreboard that is aiming at you so you can see what the time is. For all of you spectators, if you look down at what I believe is the east end of the racetrack, if my north, south, east, and west are right, right under the American flag is another scoreboard. That's going to show you the time when they make their run. Now that time that shows on the board will be their raw time. By raw time, I mean it will not count any cones that they hit. So we will be telling you if they hit cones, and again, that's a 2-second penalty each. Hey, what are you doing down there, you weirdos? I'm talking to the racers, not you people in the grandstands. We got all the Smitties in the house. We got, well, there's Big Smitty who's not here. Then there's Smitty. Then there's Smittium. Raise your hands. That's Jason Smith. And then Smiddle. Little Smitty. Colin. Big Smitty is the old man. Smitty's dad, see. So there you go. What? Oh, Mama. Well, that's Mama Smitty. We can't talk about her yet. It's like Fight Club. It's like Fight Club. You can't talk about Fight Club. Brian Pico.
Testing. Breaker 19, breaker 19. Another testing. Slightly lower, Joe.
All right. Now that we have Ramey's microphone turned off. Oh, I mean, on. So, Ramey, you are one of the grand poobahs of UMI. You do a lot of fun stuff over there, help develop a lot of cool parts. But you are no stranger to being fast around this racetrack either. So let's talk a little bit about that. Tell these people why you are qualified to talk about all the walls around here that you're familiar with, etc.
I've hit most of them.
Nice. Perfect.
Won a few races here.
Yep.
So I love coming here.
Yep.
So when Ryan bought this track, I cried.
Did you really?
In my office.
That's perfect. I love it.
Pretty awesome.
You have a bunch of cool family history here. You're joined by a bunch of family here today and at every event, and that is super awesome. And I love that you have some fun history here. I know that there are a lot of memories at this racetrack for you and everybody here. I know that there are people up here on the hill who have been coming to races here for decades, right? This racetrack has changed a bunch over the years. But what does this place mean to you in this community and all these people that have come here to represent and support the track?
Well, when Ryan Kirkwood bought this track 7 years ago, I think.
Yep.
It's about 7. It was grown up with weeds. Paint job was terrible. So over the first couple years, he got it all painted up, all fixed up, and basically saved an old and dying racetrack. So this is the 6th year for King of the Mountain, and we've sold the hillside out every year for 6 years.
That is awesome.
Whenever KOTM won,
yep,
everyone came, right? And we were like, oh, that's pretty cool. And we wondered if we could keep it up, right? So 6 times is no fluke, right?
Oh, God, no.
So to have all the fans out here camping and hanging out and having fun, local friends. We even have the Hogan family down here in the blue. Can I get a wave from the Hogan family? So they're from California, Florida, Pennsylvania, who knows where else. So, like, how awesome is that?
It's great.
And so we have racers from actually 28 states and 2 Canadian provinces.
Wow. Canadian provinces, for all of you guys, that's provinces are like their states.
I think it's a Canadian state,
Yeah.
So if you look at the yellow C5 down in Super Late, the Langley family, Duke and Cash Langley, Duke is actually a 2-time Optima champion.
Yep.
Optima Ultimate Streetcar, and they drove from Oregon. So Oregon is like really far.
It is. It's about as far away from Pennsylvania as you can get.
Yeah.
And I alluded to the fact that Duke is a dangerous man behind the wheel of that Corvette when we were doing the parade laps. And I told you folks, you're going to want to watch out for that guy trying to bring some West Coast action here to Pennsylvania, and I love it. We've got a lot of heavy hitters like Duke here.
Yeah, so Langley in the C5, right? Car has a sequential, about 1,009 million horsepower, something like that.
Right.
One thing I want you to notice behind us, Chad, is the Viking banner.
Yeah, because we're up here in the Viking booth.
Yeah.
It's, I have to tell you, it's the best seat in the house. The only thing that isn't as good as the Turn 14 distribution lounge VIP area is the fact that they have beer. I mean, that is an advantage they have on us.
We're on water only up here.
We are, because God knows nobody wants us to be drinking beer while we're announcing this race right now. I'm just telling you right now, as fun as that may sound to 5 of you, the other 500,000 of you are not going to like that.
So to get back on the Duke, so he is actually Viking.
He is.
So he wins a lot of stuff on Vikings. The Vikings are very fast. Joe's fixing our camera. You know what this camera's called? The Joe Pro.
Joe Pro. I like that. Does he get a royalty from that every time they sell a Joe Pro? This is the camera I feel the worst for the entire time because it has to look at us. Yeah, it's not good.
So we got Langley on the Vikings.
Yep.
Ryan Matthews made it in the Vikings.
Yeah, another
JJ
guy
Mulrich
that's fast in a Corvette, dude. Ryan Matthews.
Aldinger on the Vikings.
Yep.
Justin Null on the Vikings. Derek Kiefer on the Vikings. Like, it's a Viking saturation.
It is. We're here for the Turn 1 shootout, and I would venture to say that most of the competitors here are running Turn 1 steering products.
Yeah, so Jamie Elliott I saw earlier on social in the black C5 down there in Super Late. He won the fastest on Turn 1. So obviously he's in the shootout, so he's fast. And he was the fastest Turn 1 equipped car. So he got that award from our fine friends at Turn 1.
Love that. Love those guys. They helped us out with the charity stuff that we were talking about earlier as well. So the Turn 1 family did a great job for us this weekend. So yesterday and today, Turn 1 had t-shirts for sale in their booth, and every penny that they got from selling those t-shirts went to the Emily Whitehead Foundation. Because the racers went and bought those shirts, they handed over $1,425 to the Emily Whitehead Foundation. Again, activating the cure for childhood cancer, and just another example of how awesome the people are at this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, give Turn 1 a big round of applause for all of their efforts to help us raise money. It's a proud, proud moment for them and for us to be a part of this, so we appreciate it. Let's talk about some of the other heavy hitters here. I got to tell you, I mentioned it before, the little tan International Harvester Scout down here. Tyler Gibson behind the wheel of that thing, and that thing is scary fast, way faster than some people would believe, and he knows how to wheel that thing under pressure. He could really put a hurting on some guys, and I got to tell you, if you're a Corvette guy or a Camaro guy or a Porsche guy or whatever, and you get beat by a dude in a Scout, that's going to sting a little, right?
So we were down in the tech shed last night, and the Porsche driver down here, Doug Rouse, who's a multi-time SCCA national champion.
Yeah, Doug's a bad man behind the wheel.
He knows about independent rear suspension. So those guys love saying stick axle.
Oh, yes, right.
So he was asking me questions about a stick axle car, so we got to talking engineering stuff.
Yep.
And so Tyler Gibson stops by, and then Justin Knoll stops by, and pretty soon it's a total dork fest with engineering stick axle knowledge in the tech shed. We had a blast, so it was really, really neat.
That is awesome, and I love it. I love it. There are so many cars here that I am in love with and that I would love to have in my garage at home. I know you guys are the same way that are sitting here in the grandstands. Trust me, you're going to have every opportunity as we send pairs head-to-head. You're going to be able to, have a friendly wager, let's say, with your friend sitting next to you.
Look down there. Mike McClusick.
Dude, yes, Mike's kind of a bad man as well.
He's one of our timing guys that times this whole situation. Oh, he's checking the sensors. Yeah.
He is, and I have to tell you, he is part of a great team of people that we have here working the event. They've been working the last couple days. They've worked every event we have here, and they do a great job. We really appreciate you guys, seriously. Without you guys, it does not work. What, did you leave your drink? Is that what it was?
Oh, we're doing all kind of technical stuff, but he's like, forgot my drink.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I want to say thank you to the entire timing team, Cammie and everybody over there. You guys do a great job with a smile, professionally. They are running the racing that goes on here from the trailer up here on the hill. They do that. You will see that if there is a problem on the racetrack during qualifying where we have multiple cars running at the same time, they are calling for red flags if there's an incident. They are calling to stop the start line if we have a timing issue or anything like that, which we almost never do because these people are so on it. And it's, again, it's a privilege. I hope that I'm not boring you with it, but folks, I want you to understand the team that is required to put this on is big. And they are all great people who are committed to doing this and putting on a great show for you guys. And I promise you're going to love it. And we're going to get started racing here real soon. Should we talk about the format a little bit, Rainey? Let's do that.
Absolutely.
Let's tell people how we're gonna get down to the final deal to crown a winner. So I've already explained we have 12 cars in 4 categories. We have early, we have mid, we have late model, and super late model. So let's talk about some examples, right? So an early car would be one of the 69 Camaros or a 73 Corvette or 63 Chevy 2, early Mustang, anything like that's going to be in our early category. But what's going to be a mid car?
Mid car is just how it sounds, 73 to 87, although the vet's grandfathered into early, right?
Right.
So 73 to 87. We have like the Angry Smurf of Smitty.
Yep.
We have Porsche.
Yep.
Which is pretty rad.
Yeah,
There's
the
some
gray
second gens.
944. Yep.
We even have an S10 pickup.
We
so
do.
that one is actually an 85, so it meets the 73 to 87 criteria.
Yep.
So when mid goes out, it's going to be all 12 cars, and they're going to run not together, but basically they're going to time attack 1 through 12. Actually, 12 through 1.
That's right. And what that means is that we're going to start with our 12th place qualifier. They are going to make a lap around the track, 1 lap, and they're going to get a time. Then we're going to go to 11 to 10 to 9 to 8, all the way down through 1. And how do we crown winners to move to the next round?
Yep, so these guys are theoretically the best in the country. So in this group of 48, I don't know how many championships in multiple disciplines are here.
Oh,
a couple hundred?
Yeah,
1,000 maybe? Who knows? So what happens is they did a track walk earlier.
Yep.
And that's the only chance they get to see the track, which is kind of devious on Ryan Kirkwood's part.
It is.
We used to do like a pace lap or something.
Yeah.
We're like, dude, hey, if you're so good, you walk it and then you attack, right?
Absolutely.
If you go too slow, you're out of luck.
Yep.
If you go too fast, you hit a cone, you're out of luck.
Yep.
So basically the guy or girl that can balance it the best is going to move on. So all 12 will run, and then 6 go home. Like that quick, boom.
Yep.
Your night's over.
Yep.
You're up at the turn 14 VIP. Well, you're actually not because you're not allowed out.
Yeah, that's right. You have to sit down here and not drink beer.
Yep. So they're going to get back in line. 6 through 1.
Yep.
And 6 through 1's going to go. And whammo, the top 2 move on. Right? We're going to do that for all 4 classes. So what we're going to end up with is 2, 2, 2, and 2.
Yep.
Right? Early, mid, late, and super late. And then the 2 are going to race each other to be the class king. So we're going to have an early class king, mid, late, and super late class king.
And what do they win?
Money.
Money.
Yep.
Good old American cash and a
Yep.
big check to hang on the wall like you just won a big NASCAR race.
Yep. So for the 6, if you finish 3rd, basically, you're done, but you get a check. So
Right.
that's pretty cool. So that's pretty rad. You do that, and then the 2 and the 1 are guaranteed 1st and 2nd place money. What gets weird is the king of the mountain, who wins the final 4, gets the most money.
Right.
So P1 in each class gets $3,000, I think.
Right.
But then P1 in the fastest class or the ultimate winner gets $10,000.
So when we get down to where we have crowned a champion in each class, what do those 4 competitors do from there?
They shake a little bit,
Yep.
but these guys are pros.
Oh, yeah.
So some of these guys get faster when the pressure gets on.
Yes.
I'm talking about Strano, Brian Peters, Krebsbach. Like these guys, they don't crack under pressure. They get faster under pressure.
And we saw that a little bit today in qualifying as the conditions.
We were talking about that.
Yeah, the conditions got worse as far as temperature on the track, etc. And yet several of these guys got quicker. They were getting up on the wheel and really pushing it, which is pretty impressive. So, but what is the criteria? Who is King of the Mountain?
King of the Mountain is 3 runs of the final 4.
Yep.
We add all 3 times. So let's say the lap time is 100 seconds. It isn't, but let's say it is for math reasons.
Right.
So 300 seconds is your time, right?
Right.
So the king will probably be 298 seconds-ish.
Right.
And 4th place will be 301, 302, something like that.
They're going to be that close.
Yep, so
over 3 runs, people. I'm telling you, it's awesome.
We saw that with Krebsbach and Strano last year.
Yep.
So Strano put the pressure on in the late stages and forced Sean into a mistake. And keep in mind, this is a mistake of millimeters.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Milliseconds. So.
Yeah, because, folks, if you look at these cones, and I know you guys have all driven by... cones all the time on the freeway. I have people waving at me, and I don't know why they're waving. When you look at these cones, there's a base, right? The square base. If you run over just the corner of that cone, it may or may not flip that cone over. Well, here's the thing. The base of each of those cones has a square painted around it. So it sits in that square. And we have rules as to how much that cone can move and not count as a penalty. And what are those rules?
If it goes out of the box the whole way, -2.
Yep.
If it moves out of the box halfway but doesn't fall over, 0, no problem.
Right.
And then if it topples over but still in the box, it's still -2. I did hear from Race Control.
Yep.
We are ready for the national anthem.
Nice. Okay.
So we're going to be quiet for a second and let her rip.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and remove your caps for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our invocation. Lord, we hope that tonight you will show favor on everybody that is here on the property, whether they are spectators, whether they are staff, and of course, all of our drivers. Please keep everyone safe. Please make sure everybody has a good time, that they are fast, that they are having fun, that they are enjoying their time with family. Please protect our first responders and all the safety crew that are here. Please make sure that all of our armed services all around the world who are fighting for our privilege to do this and enjoy the freedoms of America are protected. In your name, we pray. Please take care of all of us. Amen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to race. And I'm excited. Who are we starting with, Ramey? Are we going early model? Is that how we're starting? I don't know what the run order is.
I believe it's early model.
Nobody tells me these things. Basically, people, the reason they don't tell me these things is because I'll forget what they said, and then I'll make it up, and it'll be wrong. So, you know, it's fine. I hear things running. We'll know in a moment.
Chad, I'm going to take a picture from up here.
What? The technology.
Not of me.
Oh, not of us. Oh, okay. I was all posing. I had my smile going and everything. Well, fine, Ramey. I'll take the selfie then, you meanie. Look at this. Look at these weirdos with microphones. It's perfect.
The camera adds 100 pounds and gray hair in 20 years.
I love that you said that. It makes me feel better. There's like 3 cameras pointing at me right now. Can I add them all together? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in fact starting with early model.
Brian Stevens on deck, it looks like, in the Chevy 2.
Stevens.
Church Boys Racing.
It's a great little car. Stevens really did a great job ending up in the 12th spot. Now those yellow cones right down there, like neon, green, yellow, whatever you want to call them, those are the starting cones. They have to come out and make the left turn, but you'll notice on the start and finish line on the front stretch are some milk crates with boxes on them. That is the timing equipment, so that's where the timer starts. However, if they touch any of the orange cones, knock them around, do all the things we said before that are before the timer, they count as a penalty. So you watch that inside cone, it's going to be scared, let me tell you. The drone chasing him, Stevens looking good out there in the little 63 Chevy 2 through the Chicago box into turn 2. Around the infield, this is a fast course, ladies and gentlemen, through the slalom, locking up the inside tire. Stevens into the inside of the race course, pulling through the middle. We're going to have a crossover here, and it's going to be fun.
It's in Corn Dog Corner, as we said.
It is, right there, coming through the middle of Corn Dog Corner. And back out onto the back stretch. They're going to double run part of this race course right here. Goes the outside of the slalom, down the back stretch, on the rev limiter. Oh, sliding her in the other Chicago box, trying to get it up and around turn 4, going to haul the male down. Look, he almost got lost. Tried to slalom those, nails a cone. Stevens through the lights. 96.412. You saw it. Ramey, a couple of times out there, he wanted to go the wrong way. And I got to tell you, if you're looking, folks, up there on the turn 3 and 4, cones that are laying down, the pointy end is the way you're supposed to go. He thought he had to slalom that whole area between 3 and 4 and did not. Had to get in the brakes. That hurt him for sure. Nathan Johnson out there now in the 68.
So we got to check the time here, folks. Steven's had a little bit of time. We're going to check that with the timing team. Rick Gosher here is actually, this is his first time at UMI Motorsports Park. Wheels it into 11 at place. He was pretty pumped. He talked to the tech shed a little bit earlier. He was so excited to be under the lights here at UMI Motorsports Park for King of the Mountain, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Rick is racing right now in the turn 1 shootout. He makes it. There we go. What do we got, Rick?
Now, I got to tell you, here's a strategy. If I'm one of these early model racers right now, and I am one of the top 5, I am not in my car right now. I'm doing everything I can to stay out of that car. I'm doing everything I can to be seeing as much of this racetrack with my competition going around it in order to see what the line is. You can learn a lot that way. I would want to know, see what they're making mistakes on, to tell myself not to do the same thing. The number 1 deal right now, the last cone on the right-hand side coming onto the front stretch. Both of them have hit. Justin Nall coming up next in the butternut yellow 66 Chevelle. Nall with a turbo LS under the hood. This thing is turned down to make about 800 horsepower. It makes well over 1,000 with the boost turned up. Because this is a high-speed track, he may have tickled the keys on the boost control. And we'll see. He and his wife and boys are amazingly fun people. They are out here all the time supporting the racing. This car has been in the family forever and is an absolute riot.
Noel is UMI equipped.
He is.
He owns a company called Vector Force Industries. He's one of our good dealers. He also runs Viking, so UMI and Viking is actually our favorite combo. He's going to turn up the boost here and see what he does on the course.
His wife Cheryl standing there behind him, filming.
You can hear the turbo whooshing.
You can see the tire smoke off of that thing as it was heating the tires down that front stretch. Coming into turn 2, he's hammering the brakes through that Chicago box. On the back stretch, doing the slalom, gets a cone. Got a cone on the back stretch in the slalom. We see that as they come down the back stretch the first time, they're on the low side, on the inside. When they get through the dog corner right there, they go up and around into the outside of the back stretch. That is called corn dog corner because that used to be a concession stand and had a corn dog sign on it. Before they repainted the place, I dubbed it Corn Dog Corner, and it will forever be Corn Dog Corner. He is locking up the rear tires, a lot of rear brake in that thing. Here's the big power coming on.
There we go, Justin.
Nice job.
Good job, dude.
Gets one cone in the slalom down there that I saw. Cheryl's down there, arms in the air. That is great. Nice run.
Ron Scott Jr. in the 63 split window. We can see the wide body from here. The thing looks freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Ron is no stranger to victory lane here at UMI. He's been in victory lane 4 or 5 times. Never in the King of the Mountain, though, so we'll see what he can do.
So Justin's time of 58.849 because of the one cone. Goshirt was 59.283 with one cone. Yeah, I believe so. We had a timer issue for Stevens. He'll get a rerun. That's okay.
That gives him a preview.
It does. That could be an advantage. Meanwhile, Ron Scott out there, like you said, in this beautiful 63 split window Corvette, the one and only year of a Corvette with a split window. Those C2s, it's a very cool car. Obviously, from what Zora Arcus on top time. Hard on the brakes into 3, sliding it around, misses the cones. Wow, that was some impressive driving right now.
Roger Irvine designed a heck of a backstretch on this course.
Oh
Holy
my God,
moly.
yes. 56.155, I believe it was clean.
Chris Mulberry in the big tire killer side pipe Corvette. Mulberry also won here earlier in the season. Small block power. What is better, Chad, than this? I'm not sure.
This is amazing, that 73 Corvette. You'll notice when it comes by, folks, he's got a LED light bar mounted to the front of it, because that car, he normally doesn't run the headlights. And if he pops them up, they may be in the way looking at cones. So he's mounted an LED light bar. It's going to come in handy at night. It is not that bright in the middle of the infield, and it has bit people before. Up on the backstretch, Mulberry looking pretty good. Oh, misses a shift.
Whoa.
Wow. On the brakes hard into the Chicago box. Up the hill and around the corner to grandmother's house we go. 58.474, and I think it was clean.
Clean through the finish for Chris Mulberry.
Dude.
So he may live to fight another day. We'll see.
He might. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. Putting on a heck of a show for all of you guys. Man, I'm excited already.
Sean Aldinger with show car disguised as a race car. This car is beautiful, 69 Camaro. Big power under the hood. Talented driver.
Very. And if you notice, you're looking at the front of this car. If you're here on the front stretch right now, grandstand, you can see the bright lights under the bumper. In stock form, those are the turn signals and park lights on a 69 Camaro. He's got LED driving lights in it. Again, that could come in handy later on tonight. Aldinger, a heck of a guy. That car is as pretty as it is fast, and he certainly knows how to wheel that thing. Oh, dangerously close to the cone. It makes me nervous. Aldinger into turn 1.
Whoa!
Oh, punting the cone.
That's all right. We'll be all right.
Right now he is, because we've got so many competitors that have hit one. Being cautious through the slalom. Can't be too cautious, because this is all about being clean, being fast, being smooth. What are some of the hazards of going too slow besides the obvious there, Raymond?
So we say slow corners slow and fast corners fast. But like you mentioned, too slow is a detriment as well. So you just, in the slow section, you have to back it down just a tick to be safe, and that usually gets you through. So if you watch King of the Mountain 5.0, Sam Strano is a master of slow corners slow, fast corners fast.
Absolutely. Is Aldinger on the throttle hard through the lights? Rocking and rolling with a 55.390, but he got a cone.
2 cones.
2 cones. That
So
makes it a 59.390.
So the raw time was exceptional.
It was.
2 seconds penalty for a cone.
I mean,
so minus 2 seconds.
Man, I got to tell you, here's the thing. We talk about slow corners slow, fast corners fast. If you slow yourself down just a tick too much, it will throw off your rhythm. And that is absolutely what autocross is all about, is rhythm. Aaron Oberle
from Michigan, talented engineer and machinist, built most of this car by hand, the Grandpa Chevelle, rocking the American flag on the roof. Aaron has mentioned on social media this weekend, this is one of the best drives he's had in a long time. Qualifying mid-pack in early model at UMI's King of the Mountain proves that, Chad.
Absolutely, and Aaron, a cancer survivor a few years ago, really battling for his life, had an amazing support group, not only with family and friends, but the entire racing community, and we are so proud to have him out here with us this weekend. Aaron is a heck of a guy, and like you said, He can whittle some aluminum. Oh, Oberly into 3 cones, 4 cones. There's 2 of them stuck like walrus tusks under the
55
front.
cones.
5. Oberly out. He's out. There's no way to recover from 10 unless somebody just throws it away. Oberly just overcooked it into the Chicago box, and it was all downhill from there. Man.
He might take those cones home to Michigan.
I would. If I were him, I'd say I own it. I carried it back to the pits. It's mine.
Well, check this out. There's a puppy watching.
I love puppies.
So this is actually Walt Timblin Jr. watching. Track champion here.
Oh, I love me a 69 Chevelle. The best big body Chevelle on the planet right here. This thing owned by Derek Kiefer. Kiefer is a bad, bad man as well. And I say that because Kiefer earlier this weekend was driving mid-pack and then had one run yesterday that clicked and put it all together, and he was on fire all day today, and he's proven it here in the shootout.
He hangs a tail through Kirkwood Corner, we're calling that. That's a new pavement corner.
I love it.
Kirkwood Corner, through the kink, on the NASCAR 2, through the Roger Irvine fast backstretch. That's pretty rad there, isn't it?
It is. This thing sounds amazing. Hammering the brakes, dropping it down into the Chicago box, dangerously close to cones like you should be.
There we go, Derek. Let her rip, bud.
This thing is loose, and loose is fast and on the edge out of control, people. 58.061.
Grabs a cone, though.
No.
Derek.
Come on, man. That was awesome.
Take a look here, though, Chad. P3 and P4 have cones.
I know. It's going to be real interesting as Bob Bertelsen, A-plus powder coaters Bob Bertelsen, the sponsor of our early model category, out here in the Green Mamba. This thing is a bad, bad Corvette, let me tell you, with a big wang on the back of it. Bertelsen is a guy that can get up on the wheel when he needs to, Ramey, and I know that he would love to take home the championship here tonight in an old Corvette, which is his specialty. He is a Chevrolet guy to the core, just like me, and I love him for it. Bertelsen looking good through Corn Dog Corner, aiming it at NASCAR 2. Up the hill, on the backstretch.
That's thundering, Chad.
Oh my God, his cars always sound so good. So good. Bertelsen hanging the left turn onto the front stretch. Grabbing gears, Bertelsen 55.329, and I believe it is clean.
P1 for Bertelsen.
Bertelsen in the top spot in the Green Mamba. Look at him cheering himself on in the driver's seat. That is awesome.
Longtime sponsor here, Bob Bertelsen, A-plus powder coaters. Here comes Stevens with the rerun. We got the timing equipment fixed now. Timing's all dialed in. Stevens got a preview of the course. Can it work to his advantage?
I think it can, especially because he was confused the first time around. It really slowed him down. He made it through the slalom good. He's coming to the inside. In the infield, across the new pavement, into Kirkwood Corner. Nice job, slows it down a little bit there, trying to stay safe. I hope he isn't gun shy as he goes through Corn Dog Corner. Hard on the throttle to the left-hander. That is uphill right there, folks. It doesn't look like it from up here, but trust me, it is. On the backstretch, Stevens in the Chevy 2 grabbing gears.
No one takes this more seriously than Stevens.
No, this
except
guy.
Maybe Chris Mulberry. These guys are intense.
They are.
Stevens through NASCAR 4, heading for the start-finish.
Bouncing it off the limiter through the finish line, 56.191. And I believe it was clean.
Moves up to P3. P3
nice.
for Stevens.
Brian Stevens in the number 3 spot, thanking his lucky stars for a timing error. Let me tell you. Whoa!
Whoa! Nathan Johnson hanging the tail. He's made it into the early class finals before. No stranger to this pressure, but man, there's a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Nathan Stevens in that Speed Tech equipped Camaro has a bunch of power, and you saw it as he was all in the throttle, way loose, hazing the tires. into that first set of cones, and it almost bit him. The fact that he had to back off the throttle was considerably better than hitting a cone, though. Stevens going around the corner, up the hill, and around the corner to grandmother's house we go. Grabbing gears on the backstretch into turn 3, hard on the brakes. Here's the deal, folks. In the banking on the brakes, the low side tires have no pressure on them. It wants to lock up the brakes down there. He goes 57.092. That's a great run considering he had to save it down here.
According to the scoring monitor, P4 for Nathan Johnson.
That
Did he
is,
make it in the top 6 again?
I think so.
Okay, here's one of our Canadian friends, Mike Wolf. This little Datsun is very popular here at UMI Motorsports Park. Big turbo power, handles great, nice and nimble. Let's see what he does. Mike Wolf from Canada.
The 240Z, as we call it, the 240Z, as the Canadians call it.
He was fastest qualifier until right at the very end when Steve Ike nipped him in the Chevy 2. But Wolf fast all weekend in the qualifying positions.
Arguably one of the more consistent cars out here, but right now, I got to tell you, I think he's slow around that corner there, Kirkwood Corner. If he's playing it too conservative, this could be a problem. That little Datsun is cool, though. It weighs nothing. It's super fast, but he is not flying down the backstretch, Ramey. I'm a little bit worried here. Sometimes slow is fast. Sometimes the car that doesn't look fast really is. We're about to find out.
Here we go. What do we got?
I believe he's having a transmission issue. That thing did not sound like it was shifting going down the backstretch or the front stretch. 58.937.
So he is out.
Wow, in the number 7 spot, he is out. I think that car not shifting.
Okay, our fastest qualifier on deck, Chief Starter Jerry Mondock getting ready to send him. Steve Ike normally runs a UMI Cornermax. Oh, I said UMI. UMI equipped Cornermax S10.
You, Ramey, what? No.
But now he's in the Chevy 2. His crew chief, Austin, is not here, but his dad, Gary, is here. So what better than father and son and grandson racing, right?
Oh, yeah, that's the best. And I got to tell you, this Chevy 2 is bad to the bone. He has done a really, really good job. Like you said, you know, we had the Mike Wolf machine there, that Datsun, in the number 1 spot most of the day yesterday and today. But, man, Steve Ike, he was like, you know what? I'm going to keep chasing you. And he chipped away and chipped away and chipped away at it, and ended up in the number 1 spot in the last session of qualifying this afternoon.
So Steve Ike is actually a professional IMSA racer for Honda of America. So he's an engineer at Honda of America, runs for Honda of America racing team, Hart. So it's kind of like the engineer team for Honda. So he goes to Daytona and Sebring and all the big stuff, and then drives this stuff on the other weekends. So very well-rounded driver. And
I love the fact that, you know, you would think he'd be driving some kind of Honda like an S2000, but no. He's in an old Chevrolet, and I love it.
Flat black one. So I don't mean to root for Steve, but I'm going to. So let her rip, Steve-O.
This dude is good. The car working well. You can see it. Clean, consistent, smooth. Smooth is fast. I am telling you right now that this car doesn't look as fast as it is going around the racetrack, so it's going to be hard to tell right now. I don't know if that's because it's black and stealthy, but our drone pilot is chasing the heck out of him, and it is cool looking.
Steve also races pro and semi-pro BMX, so he races all the time, especially down the backstretch here, onto the limiter, into the kink here, getting ready in the middle of NASCAR 3 and 4.
Little out of shape up there. There is some water on the top of that banking.
What do we got, Steve-O?
55.374, 55.374. That is second to Bob Bertelsen, but puts him in the top 6.
So your top 6, starting with 6. Big tire killer, Chris Mulberry. The mild-mannered psycho behind the wheel, Nathan Johnson. His family's here. That's pretty awesome. Wife and son here having a good time.
Brian Stevens in that 63 Nova getting that rerun and really taking advantage of it.
Ron Scott Jr., no stranger to the shootout, no stranger to winning here. Lovely wife Angela's here, his nephews are here. A lot of Scott family members here. They really support the track, so we appreciate them a ton.
And of course, Steve Ike in the number 2 spot. You saw him just run, but that bright green machine, Bob Bertelson's Green Mamba, currently in the lead. Bob Bertelson, look at you, big dog. I think it was the Tortilla Slap Challenge last night. Took the fear out of you. The first guy in history to do a Tortilla Slap Challenge and pull out the Karate Kid crane maneuver. Big Bob Bertelson down there. Is he going to pull the crane on the rest of the field? We might find out tonight.
So if we go by the tradition here, I believe we'll see Chris Mulberry up here in a second in that beautiful blue Corvette. Side pipes are ringing. His lovely wife is here, Angie, crew chiefing for him this weekend. An eerie silence is over the speedway. Maybe we should give a shout out to our track sponsors, right? So Smitty's Custom Auto. I see medium and, oh yeah, large Smitty's down there. And the youngest Smitty's actually the tallest. It's very confusing. So anyhow, Smitty's Custom Auto, Tiffin, Ohio. Finest pro touring builds in the country. Quartermaster clutches, low inertia clutches with big holding power. Snappies. So a lot of you local friends on the hill have been to Snappies, so we thank them for their support. Tick Performance. We have a tick shifter in our red Camaro, and that thing is pretty awesome. A-plus powder coaters. Bob Bertelson, P1 qualifier. Summit Racing Equipment. Jim Greenleaf is here from Summit, enjoying the festivities. Summit is the world speed shop and presenting sponsor of UMI's King of the Mountains 6.0. Joe Ballesteri and his team are here from PSI Conversion. Quick Performance is here. Oh, they're not here, but lots of axles here from them. Viking is our live stream sponsor. And we're going to take a pause for Jerry to launch Brian Stevens. So let's check Brian Stevens here. Stevens in the Chevy 2. Church Boys Racing suspension on that bad boy. Jerry talking with the tower. Gives Stevens the nod. Stevens does the shoulder shrug. Lets her rip.
It could be his day. Right now he's had the luck, and I'm telling you, he's taken advantage of it, and I love to see it. Through the Chicago box in turn number 2 and diving on through the slalom. He's attacking the course a little more this run. We should see everybody pick it up. They're now going to be more comfortable with the racetrack. If they're doing it right, they need to get a little bit quicker each and every time. Around Corn Dog Corner, up the hill and around the corner to Grandmother's house we go, and up onto the backstretch. Stevens sounding good.
Clean shift there into Chicago. Oh, a little tire lock up. He's okay though. Here we go. Much more decisive around there. This looks like a good run, Chad.
Oh, misses
Missed
the
a shift.
56.340. The shift really hurt him right there. 56.340. About 0.2 of a second slower, a 1/10 and a half than his previous run.
Ron Scott Jr., 63 Corvette. Big power, sequential, big tires, great shocks, great build. Dives into the infield through the tricky technical section here on the UMI Motorsports Park Roval. Through Kirkwood Corner, fresh pavement there this year. Heading to Corn Dog Corner. Jukes it through there. Out onto the NASCAR backstretch. This thing looks like a blast, Chad, with this wide open backstretch. Usually the The track has just the front stretch wide open, but this is a fast. Ew! I think we know the answer to this one.
Bowling for dollars. Ron Scott Jr. all in, all done, ladies and gentlemen.
When you're shooting for $10,000, though, that's what you need to do.
You got to attack it, but I'm telling you, folks, you have seen these guys locking up the brakes going into that Chicago box, and the reason is that the car is loaded weird there. And with a lot of rear brake in these things, some of the guys running more than others, they are just locking up the rears. That is a problem. Ron Scott Jr. is going to be mad at himself for that, but man, he was pushing, and you got him.
Mulberry grabs second gear at the first slalom cone. He'll probably run most of this in second gear. I don't know if he'll grab third going into the back or not. We'll check it out here. Okay, into the UMI Roval. Heading for Kirkwood Corner. Past the Clearfield Mountain Speedway Tech Shed.
And here we go. Back up onto that back stretch. And this is where they feel like they're home free and they're grabbing gears and really hauling the mail. But right here, they need to be making decisions. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Corvette wiggle, baby.
Nice save, though, Mulberry. Nice save.
Here's an interesting thing, Ramey. We have seen multiple missed shifts so far. The reason I bring this up is Chris Smith in the Angry Smurf, the second-gen Camaro down there that's bright blue. That is one of a handful of cars here that have a sequential transmission in them.
Yep.
And it is not possible without serious failure to miss a shift in those. And so that could be a big advantage. Yeah, and I hate to see that.
Bertelson in the green Mamba coming up. He's actually H pattern, I believe.
He is.
Big Scoggin-Dickey power. Probably most likely a Bowler transmission.
Yep.
Shout out to Bowler, the official transmission supplier of UMI Motorsports Park. Thank you, Mark and the team at Bowler Transmissions.
Great people out of Indiana, right on the border of Indiana and Illinois, actually.
Chief starter Jerry Mondock waiting for the signal from the tower, or from Ryan, or maybe even Ashley. Who knows?
You never know. They're all in charge. Just depends on who he's paying attention to.
I think he's asking Ryan for Monday off.
I think Bertelson might be asking Ryan for directions.
Hang a left, Bob.
To the left, full throttle, never lift. Right? That's the rule, right?
That's what they say.
I am telling you. If we were in a no-prep drag race, trust me, these are my people, the never lift attitude would involve bouncing off of multiple walls, and it would be fine. All right. Waiting for the signal to go. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you so much for you guys coming out here. I mentioned earlier I'm a Californian that lives in Texas now, and Texas is hotter than the surface of the sun this year. So I really, really, really love you and your weather here this weekend. I've been wearing a hoodie every morning. I brought my hoodie here so that I am hoping it gets cold enough for me to wear it later. It's wonderful. Pennsylvania for the win this summer.
So I'm getting a bunch of text messages. Oh, hold on. There, Bob's going now. I'll tell you about the text messages later.
I'll bet you my text messages are different than yours, Ramey. I have friends asking if we want moonshine. Bertelson looking good as he goes around 2 into the slalom. He was your quickest in run number 1. Will he maintain that here? I got to tell you, Bertelson is pretty consistent. He is not a guy that is normally thrown very much. He tends to run a really similar time every time around the racetrack, and he's no stranger to competition. Bertelson runs in Optima Ultimate Streetcar Invitational events, Good Guys shows, all kinds of autocrosses, as well as his own events. Bertelsen looking good, the Corvette working really good through the kink, as you call it. Up and around the banking, down the hill, hard on the throttle, grabbing gears. Bertelsen, 55, 536, good run for Bob Bertelsen.
Nathan Johnson pulls out onto the front stretch, grabs second gear through NASCAR 1.
You'll notice that Johnson was a little bit smarter on the throttle that time. Tried not to scare himself. Just when I say that, he's sideways in turn 2. Coming down into the middle, aiming it at Kirkwood Corner. On the brakes, letting it roll, 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 getting in the throttle as early as he can. That is not a straightaway there, folks. It looks straight, it ain't. Through Corn Dog Corner, up the hill and around the corner, and to the outside of the backstretch.
Little weirdness there, Chad.
It did not sound right, either spinning the tires
Oh,
or
there's
missing a shift or
he
both.
lost a lot of time there.
That was a big slide. Another transmission issue or missing a shift, but he goes 57.0. If I was him, I'd be looking at that thing real careful right now. Man, I gotta tell you, that was Nathan Johnson and a 57.025, good run. But that car did not sound thrilled. He is out of the car. Out of the car, they're looking at it. He was on the throttle through the finish line. I think he pulled another gear. Like he lost third, went to fourth. Now they are staring at it. I do not see fluid on the racetrack, so the thing didn't kick the rods out of it or anything. Fellow competitors looking under the car. If there is any way for them to thrash on this thing and fix it, they will. There are a lot of guys down there with a lot of tools and expertise that will help him out. He's got the fire extinguisher out, I think.
Of course, safety is the most important, so fire would be your biggest problem. We've got a lot of people and a lot of fire extinguishers down there, so we should be good to go there. Good to see Nathan out of the car with no trouble. You won't find a better guy than Nathan, that's for sure. Oh, I got a text from someone watching a live stream that said they saw a tiny bit of fire, so I think that it's okay.
That looks like that might be Danny Pop down there.
I had the pleasure of being on fire with Danny Pop at Putnam Park. Luckily, that turned out okay.
I have been on fire personally and in cars a few times.
So Nathan's moving, so that's good. We're glad the beautiful Camaro's in okay condition.
Absolutely.
Steve Ike on the starting line. Gets the nod from Jerry.
Ike looking good. What does he need to run?
Looks like a 55.5 would be what he's looking for.
Yep, needs to run a 55.535 or better to be in the top 2. I thought the thing shut off for a second.
Well, he ruled that really tight. I think he's trying to save distance. Slow corners slow, fast corners fast for Steve Ike. We'll see how it works out. Little Chevy 2 puts the power down the backstretch. Hits the rev limiter right before the braking zone, just like it's supposed to.
Nice job. Looking good, feathering the throttle, hard on it. Down the front stretch, grabbing gears. 54.995, he's moving on.
Steve Ike. Yep. And it's 2 runs, yep. So it looks like you're finalists for early model.
Steve Ike and Bob Bertelsen, ladies and gentlemen. The Chevy 2 versus the Corvette. Bob, you're in it. Steve, you're in it.
Turn 1 shootout here at UMI's King of the Mountain, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. We're in the Viking booth. Viking sponsored that for us. Thank you very much. Early model earlier in the day, sponsored by A+ Powder Coaters, of which Bob is in the finals. So great job, Bob Bertelson. Great job, Steve Ike.
So now that is the end for early model for now. We will run that final later. Okay, so now we are going to move into mid-year. Again, that's 73 to 87. I believe that's what we're going to next.
Look what we got here, Chad.
Look at that. There's a Chad and Ramey cam up here. Oh, the drone.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big zoom they got.
I'll tell you what, Aerial Jim PA has been a great addition to UMI Motorsports Park.
Aerial Jim is such a nice guy. He is so much fun to be around. I announce down there next to him. We're always talking, having fun. He catches cool stuff. He is super excited about this. He is sitting down there under an easy up with the VR goggles on, and then he's got another drone pilot with him running the big drone. These guys are doing a great job. It's on the live stream, always part of our events. We really do appreciate them. So if you're looking for a drone to shoot video for you, Aerial Jim PA. He also does deer tracking. So if you've been out hunting and you hit a deer and you can't find it, call him. He'll find it for you. Also does dog searches, people searches, helps search and rescue. He's great. Great dude.
So I just got a text from someone we know.
Yes.
Chris King.
Ooh.
From Viking.
Dude, I love Chris King.
Look behind us, Viking.
I know.
So he mentioned to me he believes the Green Mamba is now on Viking.
Oh, wow.
So what that means, that could be 2 Viking-equipped cars. Well,
in the final. Yes.
The final for early.
Nothing wrong
awesome.
with that.
No.
Absolutely.
I see Christy Allbeck down there. That's Dave. We know her as Dave's 500 times better half.
I love it. In
On
case
deck
you were
is,
wondering,
Dawn
car
Chafin.
people,
What's
car people, car dudes, their wives, girlfriends, etc., are always way out of their league because chicks dig cars. So just a word of advice, if you're here, get a cool car. Girls will love you.
Okay, Steve Marshall's truck. Steve got invited to King of the Mountain based on the strength of a number of his strong finishes. His good buddy Don Chafin co-driving. Don squeaked Steve out just a tiny bit in qualifying to put the S10 in the Big 12.
I gotta tell you, this S10 does not look like much, and I don't mean that to be bad at all. It is just very subtle. Other than the splitter and the wing, it looks like a lot of V8 swapped S10s. This thing is fast, and it works because they have dialed it in, and it is fun to watch. The lights are necessary now. You guys can see that the sun is going down, and we are going to watch this S10 be the first in our mid-year category to go around the racetrack.
Corner Max equipped, UMI equipped S10. Don Chafin wheels it through the finish line. What do we got?
57.923 for the S10. He had quite a wiggle coming down the hill there, trying to stay away from the cone, and did a great job. All of you guys that brought your dogs to the racetrack tonight are awesome. I miss my dog Otis at home. That dog is so cute. Look at that puppy. Telling you. Cute. Dogs are the best.
So on deck here we have, do you remember the Troll Patrol guys that used to mess with us on the live stream?
I do.
They're like a piece of work.
Yes.
Well, there's a bunch of them here.
Oh, no
One
way.
of which, so they're here in real life, right?
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, so Kyle Nett is here, first time here, makes it into the shootout, pretty awesome. 87 300ZX.
He just hit a cone right there in turn 1. It
Serves him
stayed
right for
standing
picking on us,
up.
right?
Oh, it did move out of the box, but I'm not sure how much. We're going to have to wait and see.
Kyle Nett and his buddy TJ both make it in from Troll Patrol Racing. So I guess they can chat us from their phones.
That's
down in
true.
The pits, yeah.
I'm not paying any attention though, so I don't really care. They could say whatever they want. C goes up on the backstretch in the 300ZX, not a car we're used to seeing out here at the Autocross very much, but it sounds good and it's moving through as he goes into that Chicago box down there in turn 3. Up the banking across the wet, that could be an issue, let me tell you.
So Kyle makes his first trip through the start-finish line.
59.144.
59 raw, but gets 2 cones.
Ooh, 2 cones, no bueno. Wheatcraft did a really good job so far this weekend. He's really been running consistent. That thing has been quick. We'll see if he can keep it up here today as he goes through Corn Dog Corner, up the hill and around, and out onto the backstretch. You can start to see the headlights on the ground as it is getting darker out there. We do have better lighting this year than last year, but it is still not amazing out there. Nighttime is nighttime, regardless of how good the lights are. Here he is through the finish line. 56.282, Ramey. Got him in the top spot right now.
Well, Chad, I should tell you, Wheatcraft is Viking and UMI equipped.
I had no doubt.
I notice a theme here.
I do.
I love it.
The C4 Corvette.
Yep, this is the other Troll Patrol guy,
right.
TJ Lawson. He used to say weird things about us on the live stream, but now he's here in real life.
I love it. I love it.
He was extremely pumped to be here and super pumped to be in the shootout, the turn 1 shootout.
Yeah, this 93 C4 Corvette. Pretty good little machine out here. It's quiet compared to a lot of the rides. Got some aero work underneath it. It is a fun car. And he really has been wheeling it well. I used to own a 94 6-speed convertible car. And I got to tell you, I like a C4 Corvette. Oh, and he shoots.
That would be a DNF.
DNF, he is out.
Womp womp.
I won't talk smack about him like he did about us until later.
But he gets to run NASCAR finish and have a fun time.
And I'm glad he was here. He earned it. He absolutely earned it, deserved to be here, and it's too bad that he missed that box down there. He is going to be kicking himself, I guarantee it. Beers on him. One of my favorite cars out here, Ramey, the 944 Porsche.
But that's with the DNF.
The 944 Porsche.
LS swap, Matthew Radman from Canada. We actually met him at Summit Racing Autocross Week. He's been here a couple times. Pretty nice to have people from north of the border here, eh?
Yeah, he was at the Autocross Challenge as well. He's a great dude. Broke the car there, took it home, fixed it, and here he is back for King of the Mountain. Like you said, from Canada. I mean, that's what you call Canadians, or from Canada, right? Super nice dude. His wife's really great too, and here he comes into 3 hard on the brakes, diving it down. He does not want to blow around that box, let me tell you.
I'll tell you what, this is a good little run.
It's a great little run. 55.109 for the Porsche
P1
with Chevrolet power.
Good job, Matthew. Okay, unfortunately, they have the DNF posted for TJ, so
yeah,
it's official.
That is not good.
Ryan King, another intense competitor. Ryan has his game face on pretty much 24/7, but great guy nonetheless. We have a great time in the pits with Ryan. Learn a lot from him. He's a great competitor. LS power, though, which is a good way to make a Mustang fast.
Absolutely. I got to tell you, Ryan is a heck of a guy as far as car guys go. This dude's all in. What's interesting is he drives this car to every event. He told me earlier today he has 50 some odd thousand miles on this car since he put it together a couple years ago, and has a good time, loads it up with everything he needs, drives it here, unpacks it at the hotel, and comes out and races the snot out of it on the wheels and tires he drives on. And that is saying something. Hard on the brakes, maybe a little too early. Going up the hill, let's see where Ryan ends up. Hard on the throttle, a little sideways, aiming it at the finish line.
There we go. What do we got?
56,619. 56,619 has him in the number 3 spot right now.
Boy, Radman's run was pretty awesome, wasn't it? Okay,
yeah,
here we go. Tyler Gibson.
Dude, watch the scout. Tyler Gibson is a bad man. I have known Tyler since he was what I'm going to call a kid. Great family, awesome people, won a lot of good guys events. He thinks out of the box, does chassis swaps, swapping all kinds of parts from all kinds of makes to make a really cool machine. And nobody else would think to do an International Scout as an autocross machine except Tyler Gibson. And if you'd seen his other cars and trucks, it would not surprise you in the least bit. Tyler waiting to get the go-ahead. He is aggressive. Tyler drives very, very aggressively all the time. I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing. He attacks the course. He wants to be fast. He's putting the car where it needs to be. These cars are set up to be driven aggressively, and sometimes if you don't, they don't handle right. Tyler on the throttle hard, through 1 and around the chicane into 2. Tyler dumps it down into the Chicago box. There he goes, around 2 sideways into the slalom. You can watch that little tan machine weaving its way through as he heads to the infield. Ramey, this thing looks fun as he's going through Kirkwood Corner.
Tyler Gibson did a lot of the engineering on this and a lot of the build himself, probably most of it. Has a decoupled torque arm we learned last night during our engineering discussion. It changes the instant center under accel and braking so that it can dig on launch but brake properly without wheel hop.
I gotta tell you,
he gets out of the backstretch pretty awesome on the rev limiter a little bit, jinks it down, pretty clean though.
Got a cone there in the box. Tyler grabbing gears though, trying to do it. One thing that is interesting about a decoupled torque arm is that thing will feel like the hand of God is reaching up through the ground and grabbing the transmission to stop that car. And I'm telling you, that thing is fast, 54,562, but he got at least 1 cone.
Raw time was amazing on that, but we'll see what happens. What I want to talk about though now is Brian Johns, multiple trips to the shootout here. This beautiful 3rd gen show quality built by he and his wife Tara in their car apartment is actually, you said it, UMI and Viking equipped.
Did I say that, Ramey?
Well, no, but
I believe I did. I gotta tell you, this is a cool car. Like you said, it's as pretty as it is fast. Brian, no stranger to the winner's circle in this car or any other. Looking good. Quieter than some of the machines. Certainly quieter than the next one we're gonna see here as Smitty is lined up on the starting line. Here comes Johns on the throttle hard, grabbing gears through the finish line, 56,457. Tyler Gibson got 2 cones on his run and is in the number 6 spot right now, and I am afraid he's gonna get knocked out.
Track sponsor, Big Smitty.
Smitty
You're gonna hear this car.
The wheel of the Smitty's Custom Auto Camaro.
You're gonna hear this car popping and cracking. That's nothing wrong with it. That's actually the traction control. The Smurf is actually kind of like the space shuttle underneath the beautiful blue skin.
Yeah, this thing's got a sequential gearbox. It's got the latest in Haltech electronics to control the engine, the transmission, all of the systems on this thing, including ABS and traction control. This is a bad machine, and Smitty is a bad man behind the wheel. Smitty looking good. A little bobble there as he gets in the brakes onto the backstretch, grabbing more power. Scoggin-Dickey power under the hood. Nice job as he dives down there in the Chicago box. Smitty looking good as he heads toward the front stretch. 2 gear changes between that last corner and there, 55, 792, and it's clean for Smitty.
Smitty moves to P2. P2 for Smitty. Radman still with that stellar run. Here is Mike Jackpot Casino. Andrew Ziolo's UMI equipped car.
Mike Casino co-driving this car this weekend. I dubbed Casino Jackpot, and that ain't gonna be the way to do it. Wow, totally uncharacteristic for Casino. I dubbed him Jackpot at our last race here. This is one of the nicest guys you're ever gonna meet out here at the racetrack. Really, really smart, really intelligent guy about racing, and a good dude to be around. I am absolutely shocked by that, as the tires just were not there when he goes around the corner up there. And I know that Mike is gonna be beating himself up about it, but he's still putting on a show, making a big run in Andrew's G-Body Monte Carlo.
Don't forget, Casino can go fast enough even with a cone. He's letting it all hang out, that's for sure.
Well, he's carrying one with him, and I believe he got one or two
cones,
out
two
there,
cones.
so that's gonna be at least 2 cones.
Okay,
Not his day at the casino.
I'll tell you what, there's always a good story at King of the Mountain. Here's one of them.
Smittium behind the wheel, Jason Smith, Smitty's kid. Smitty just got out of the car, ready to watch the kid go. His son Colin there, of course, Mama Smitty also in the house, Lynn. Lynn and Smitty celebrating 25 years of marriage this last week. They got 2 great boys who are an absolute pleasure to be around, and we are thrilled to see Jason out here racing this weekend with his old man.
So everyone wants to be proud of their kid, but Smitty Sr. has to be proud of Jason Smith putting his car P2 in mid-model here at UMI's King of the Mountain.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, Jason really was struggling yesterday, and then finally in the afternoon put it together today. A little bit this morning, but really found his groove, doing a great job. The kid has beat the old man at one event earlier this year, and I'm really thrilled to see them out here again. Great family, great people. Jason Smith on the throttle hard on the backstretch.
Yeah, Big Smitty's not a good loser, but I don't think he minds seeing Jason running strong.
No, not at all. Jason looking good as he goes up in turn 4, diving down, aiming it at the finish line.
There we go. What do we got?
56-351 for the kid.
Little Smitty's going to move on to P4. Good job, dude.
Very good job. Now, an interesting thing, Smitty's car, sequential 6-speed Magnum T56. The kid's car has a DCT BMW 7-speed in it that is a manual transmission but without a clutch pedal, and it is sick.
Chris Jensen made it all the way to the finals here a few years ago at UMI's King of the Mountain. This year presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Let's see what Jensen can do. This car is a plywood extravaganza, but he don't care.
It is. This thing is not pretty at all, and when we say plywood, we mean it. It's got a lot of plywood under it from Lowe's and Home Depot for all the aero on it. This car just flat works. It is not an expensive car, but it is a dialed-in car, and he has won a lot with it. You're gonna watch it go around. It's gonna hit the ground a couple of times with that air dam and shoot some sparks up and out from under it. Jensen is no stranger to being fast in this car at this racetrack. I'm excited to see what he can pull off as he gets ready to enter turn number 4 and aims this thing at the finish line. Is Jensen gonna try and be a winner here at UMI Motorsports Park? 55-106. Yes, Jensen, that's a number.
Check it out, Chad. 3 thousandths between P1 and P2.
Wow, Radman with a 55-109, Jensen 55-106, Smith, Chris Smith in the number 3 spot, and Chris Wheatcraft in the number 4 spot. Then we got Jason Smith and Brian Johns as our 6.
So Brian Johns with Viking equipped. Smitty, not sure what he's on. Wheatcraft, UMI, and Viking equipped. So we got 2 UMI Viking cars in the top 6. That's pretty awesome. Smitty, Radman, and Jensen. So now we're going to go to late model. So this is actually where the King of the Mountain 5 came from, late model, Strano. And then 2 and 3 also from the late model division, Smedegard and Robert Thorne.
All right, so our All right, so those 6 are moving on. They're going to battle it out for 2 spots. We got 2 Smitties, a Jensen, a Johns, and who else is in? A Radman. Dude, wouldn't it be cool for your last name to be Radman? Because it's Radman. I mean, come on. That's cool. I don't care who you are. People at home watching on the live stream are getting this really cool overhead shot from our drone, which is pretty neat. You can see we got a lot of racers up on a couple of trailers there in the infield, which is also pretty cool. So we're getting everybody ready to rock and roll again. We're gonna take our 6 and narrow them down to 2. Again, ladies and gentlemen, want to thank you guys for attending and being a part of UMI's King of the Mountain 6.0 presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Ramey and I are up here in the Viking booth. Viking, the sponsor of our live stream that's going out to the world. Want to say thank you to everybody up there on the hill. You guys got the best seat in the house, man. That is cool. I hope you guys are eating fun stuff and enjoying a beverage and some time with family. I know the kids are riding bikes up there and having a good time too. All of my folks over there in the Turn 14 distribution VIP section. Hey, 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 hey. All you guys waving. I love you guys. You're my peeps. AKA the Losers Lounge down there. I'm just saying. All right, we are ready to rock and roll. Let's do this. So we're waiting on timing to say they are ready. Starter's going to tell them to rock and roll and get up here. All right, that's Wheatcraft pulling to the starting line. Wheatcraft backing it up, getting himself lined up where he wants to be. Then it looks like we're going to have Radman. Again, we are going to take the 6 that just moved on, and we're going to narrow them down to 2. After that, we're going to let them park for a little while. Wheatcraft looking good as he goes into turn number 1. Wheatcraft knows he's got to run a number. He knows the racetrack. Here's the deal, though. Here's the twist. It's getting darker by the minute. when these guys come up later, the final two come up for their championship run in each class, this racetrack is going to be full dark, and that's going to change it dramatically. Wheatcraft has got a really nice bright set of headlights on this car. I'm guessing those are either Holly Retro Brights or Peak LED Classics, one or the other. Great headlights, nice and bright, look stock, but work real good. And that is an important piece of equipment out here at UMI Motorsports Park for King of the Mountain. Wheatcraft through the lights, 55,595, ladies and gentlemen. The bar hath been set. Radman ready to rock and roll. Radman ran a 55,109 the last time around. The Porsche working really good. All the suspension under this thing is factory Porsche. Obviously, you know, upgraded bushings, all those things, but the Germans kind of know what they're doing in the suspension department on these Porsches. Then it's American horsepower underneath it, and it works good. With that said, he did have a failure at the last event. Broke a suspension part. Had to make some repairs back at home to get it ready to come down here for King of the Mountain. I'm going to assume he double-checked everything under this car, and it's going to be perfectly fine. And I really want to see him do well, as this is a fun car to watch. It is a narrow car, which is really good for the box down there. Ramey is out of turn 4, diving down the hill and on his way to the finish line.
Let's see what Radman does here.
55,578, a little bit quicker
than Wheatcraft, yeah?
Yes.
By
20 thou, roughly.
Yeah. I'm not good at the math.
17.
Okay, here we go. What do we got?
Brian Johns.
Brian Johns, UMI equipped, Viking equipped, multi-time champion in multiple disciplines. Brian Johns, lovely wife Tara, builders extraordinaire.
Here they are as he is going down the back slalom here.
Into the middle.
Hiding from us behind the lights, because I'm blinded by the light.
We can watch Aerial Jim, though.
We can, that's true. Aerial Jim PA for all of your drone needs. John's looking good as he goes up the hill. Good set of headlights on that car as well.
He got really close to those cones. That's what you need to minimize distance.
You do. If you're 18 inches from the cone, you're leaving time on the table, let me tell you. John's looking good as he goes up the hill into turn 4 and then diving back down, aims it at the finish line, grabbing a gear. Clean run right there for him. He goes 55,784. 55,784 for Johns. That sequential gearbox working like a madman. The blip shift in that thing, it knows when he pulls to blip the throttle on its own. That's all controlled through the computer. Smitty with all the bells and whistles and toys in that thing. That 70 Camaro looking great. Now the reason the 70 Camaro runs in mid-year is because that 70 Camaro is the same body style all the way through, well, the first half of the 70s anyway. And so it fits mid-year because it's the only one not.
I'll bet you that thing rips down. I saw a little spark from the traction control trying to put all that power down on the backstretch.
Absolutely, the exhaust running all the way around the back of that car. Through the finish line, 55,510 for Smitty. 55,510 puts him on the top of the heap so far.
So, one thing I just thought of, what if we have double Smitty in the finals?
That would be awesome. Oh no! Jason Smith, Smittium, hits a cone before the starting line. That counts. Those cones count. He cut it a little too short. That cone was all the way out of the box, at least to my eyes up here. I am not the official. I do not make those calls. Our starter will. Roger down there taking a look at it as well. Really appreciate all your work, Roger, out here. Jason looking good through the middle of the course. The rest of this run is looking great for him.
Down the backstretch, putting that power down.
The reality is he probably felt himself run over that cone. You usually do. So hopefully he's attacking the course, trying to make sure he's got a number that may stand up even with the penalty. 55.617 for the kid. 55.617 would put him in the number 4 spot.
They do have the cone call already,
yep.
Unfortunately.
And only the top 2 are moving on.
Jensen, like we said before, multiple time winner here, round after round after round. I hear things rattling, which is good. Jensen, quiet, soft-spoken, kind of a big guy. Just kind of keeps to himself until he gets behind the wheel and then look out.
Watch as he gets on the brakes here in the dark. You're going to see the rotors glowing on the front of that thing and maybe shooting sparks as it gets darker. Jensen ran a 55.106 in the first round. Through Corn Dog Corner, sparks going off the air dam. Oh, big sparks down there as he drags the air dam on the transition. Jensen flying as he goes into turn 3, dives it down through the box, up the hill and around the corner again. Using the banking, hard on the gas through the finish line, and he goes through with a 54.529. The only one to get quicker. Jensen, what a run right there, 54.529.
I think that's everyone in that group. So it looks like we have Jensen
and Smitty.
Smitty moving on. Jensen and Smitty Sr.
Now the times don't matter as they move on to the next round. Like they aren't going to count toward anything, but Jensen went 54.529. Smitty went 55.510. Almost a second difference. Smitty down there giving his son Colin a hug. Oh no, that's Jason too. Jason, good job. Smitty giving Jason a hug. The Smith family, you guys are awesome, dude. Jason, you were killing it. He was working it hard. He knew he had to throw it all out there, and I'm telling you what, I know his dad's proud of him. Smitty gonna take the name home, and we'll see what we can do here. As our first car, we've had all these V8 powered cars except the 300ZX was 6-cylinder. Everything else has been a V8 car, and now we have the flying toaster. The Mini Cooper S.
Yep,
this thing is bad to the bone, dude. It's got a 315 tire or something on the front. It's nuts.
Oh, it flies. I don't know if this is Wolpert or Thomas. Probably, actually, I don't know. But this is a code-driven vehicle. So while we have a quick second here, I want to give a shout out on the hill. We have a special guest over on the other side. My tire guy from back in the Oval Track days, RPM Rob McCauley.
So he had to spend a lot of money for tires for you, right?
No, he's my tire engineer.
Oh, gotcha. So he was the guy that yelled at you all the time about tearing up the tires when you shouldn't have.
Mainly, yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this is Thomas or Wolpert. We'll see here in a second. But we do know it's the flying toaster.
It is. Again, the reason we don't know which guy it is because there are 2 dudes driving this car. So here's how this works. One of them's going to make a lap right now. They're going to get their time. Going to bring it back into the pit area. And then they're going to swap. And the second one is going to drive after everybody else has run. It's going to be interesting.
That little sucker rips down the backstretch. How about it?
It does, and it is tiny, so it has an advantage in some of these corners.
It's going to be nimble through there.
Oh, he's sideways in the wet. 55 164 in the 4-cylinder.
Okay, that's Wolpert. So Wolpert's the co-driver. Jeremiah Thomas is the owner. We'll see Jeremiah here in a minute. So we have another co-driven car. If this is the Vittenvoss Strano car, this car is last year's winner. I can't see in the pits who we got there, whether it's Vittenvoss or Strano.
And I'll be honest with you, I can't, all the cones. All the cones. That is not going to be good. I was about to say, I don't know if the fact that this car does not sound happy right now is because the traction control is active or if there's a problem. And the reason I say that is earlier today, that car was out on track and about right there had a major pop and quit running. Coasted it into the pits. It came back out later. We did not hear what the problem was. So the thing is, we don't know if they're fighting an issue and trying to stay with it or what's going on. But the car does not sound as happy as normal to me. And I could be wrong. Maybe they just have it turned up in its boost control. 56 176, but he got at least 2 cones down there.
That was Strano. We do have a special announcement, Chad.
What's that?
Chief starter Gerald T. Mondock, his son, Micah, is here. We're hearing Micah is in the house, about a month old, maybe a month and a half.
Oh, nice.
He's my dude, Micah. So, Gerald, Micah is in the house.
That's awesome.
Okay, who do we got here? Tim Gordon, Gordon Automotive Specialties, Operational Speed Supply. Just got a text message from Josh Jones mentioning the live feed's looking pretty good. His boy Tim Gordon's out there. Operational Speed Supply, big supporter of UMI Motorsports Park. Did the Precision Strike Award, cleanest, fastest times of the weekend, presented by Operational Speed Supply. Speaking of that, Gordon into Kirkwood Corner on the Vikings. Viking equipped for Gordon. How's Corndall, Chad?
Looking good through Corn Dog Corner. I got to tell you, the Gordon Automotive Specialties guys, real big supporters of our charity auctions and our giveaways, donating watches and all kinds of other stuff that we use to raise a bunch of money this weekend. We love those guys. They are a good time. They're always laughing and smiling, running a front-wheel drive Cobalt and a late model Camaro here at the UMI King of the Mountain. 57.528. Again, 57.528 for Gordon.
Hey, this is John Wanagoo. Wanagoo from down south, I believe, South Carolina, I believe. Made the trip here a few times this year. He actually won the Autocross Challenge a month ago in the, UMI equipped 4th gen.
I got to tell you, Wanagoo is one of those guys that is always fast. That car is not fancy looking, but man, it is dialed in. It is one of those machines that you look at and go, okay, this guy races this thing all the time. And he really does, and he does a great job on it. It is fun to watch, too, and it sounds great.
Yeah, Wanagoo has a theory where he goes for it on the first run, often backwards, sideways, upside down.
And in this case, through multiple cones as we're checking one on the back stretch, and he got 2 at least out there in the box.
There's a rare one.
Oh, yes. Oh, maybe he drug that one along and left it on the track. So 55, 466 with at least 2 cones.
Yeah, we should see that drop here on the monitor here soon.
Tell you, these late model guys are doing all kinds of mean things. The Boxer 4-cylinder.
Yeah, so this is a crazy one. I believe this is Jason Frank, multi-time SCCA national champion. This is one of those things where driver skill is what makes the car fast.
Yeah, this is super light.
Yep,
yes.
Very basic car.
Absolutely.
A little bit of ballast in it to make weight.
But otherwise, really a balance of power and suspension. These BRZs and FRSs are really good cars. This one a Scion FRS, otherwise would be a Subaru BRZ. They are the same car, and they work really well. I've had the pleasure of running one of these around the streets of Willow in California, and I can tell you they are a fun little car. Very well balanced. I would compare them to a Miata in the fact that they are light and with little power, but ultra nimble. And Ramey, he is killing it right now.
Looks nice and smooth for Jason Frank. Let's see what we got.
57,298. 57,298.
Currently P3. So all he needs to do is make the top 6.
And when you got the next two guys below you with 2 and 4 cones respectively, you're feeling a little more confident.
Okay, Jeff Gordon in the cone bolt. Gordon Automotive Specialties, one of our track sponsors here, class sponsors.
Yeah, I've given him a new nickname. So Jeff has a new nickname. We're going to call him Nosedive, because if you saw him go out onto turn 2 earlier today and that thing pitched the rear wheel out from under it and stood the car on its nose, we're calling him Nosedive. And this thing is a front-wheel drive Chevrolet Cobalt that he has done insane amounts of work on to make it stupid fast. He is always a heavy hitter and a player out here. Jeff Gordon behind the wheel of the cone vault.
So another cool thing is brother also, Tim Gordon, just ran. So pretty cool having 2 brothers running in the same division in the same event. So I think clean so far. Grabs the next gear. What do we got?
56.642.
Raw time's good, but saying he got a cone on the screen.
Yep. So we have 3 clean and 3 not clean out of our total 12 so far. If this is a half and half field and half of the class hits a cone, then the ones that don't are going to be the ones that move on, I guarantee you.
I think Devin Whitt. I think so, yeah. So Devin's been in the shootout multiple times.
No, I think Devin is the next one behind, Ramey.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to tell with the lights for us up here to tell which car is what now that it's getting dark.
I guess we'll know in a second. Oh, maybe J.J. Mulrich. We'll see.
Yep. I believe that's J.J. Mulrich. J.J. is a really good driver as well. Yep, there it is. J.J. out on the racetrack.
That is Mulrich. So Mulrich actually went to PRI last year with us, the PRI show in Indianapolis. He was our booth car, and you got it, UMI and Viking equipped.
Looking good out there. J.J. working it hard going through the slalom. I got to tell you, this car is another one that is well dialed, and I know I keep saying that. Nobody's going to be out here that isn't in a dialed combo. A lot of seat time, a lot of practice, knowing what the car's going to do even when it does the wrong thing, and being able to recover from it is a big deal out here. At an event like this, where it's single eliminator, you don't get any second chances. There's no mulligans, no lucky dogs, no do-overs. We don't throw cautions and let everybody catch up. This is time attack style autocross here at King of the Mountain, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. 56,476.
Good run for Mulrich. 56
Nice
puts
job.
him in P3.
Yep, puts him in the number 3 spot.
Okay, here's Devin.
Yes, Devin looking good out here also in another one of these catfish Camaros, as I call them.
So a long time ago, this was actually a Strano car.
It is. I forgot about that now that you say that. Devin got this car because it is well sorted. Strano used to race this car a lot. Devin's really come into his own. I got to tell you, he has really learned how to drive this car. You know, we get asked all the time, what kind of modifications should we do to the car to get better and drive better and all these things. Should I get bigger tires? Should I do all this stuff? The reality is not one single thing. Not even Viking shocks and UMI suspension will do as much as getting the driver to be better.
So you know what I just realized?
What?
All these 4th gens have turn 1 pumps on them.
Of course they do. Devin looking good, grabbing gears and going through the lights. 57,799 has him in the number 5 spot.
Tiny bit safe, but the bad thing coming up is if Vittenvoss, Baker, Thomas, and Schatz are your fastest qualifiers. So
yeah,
we might see that knocking down a little bit.
Speaking
Here's
of
Thomas.
Which, here's Thomas. You saw this car already run once, but this is with the owner behind the wheel. Thomas actually owns this car. He's got an advantage because even though it's been a little while since he ran, there will be some temp in these tires right now, and that is a help, especially as it gets cooler out. I see John V getting lined up as well, and Scott Baker.
This Mini is nimble. He got through Corn Dog Corner like it was nothing.
Oh, I'm telling you, I have been watching him all weekend hauling the mail through there. This thing is super impressive. It is a tiny little car. On the limiter for a long time out there, he decided that's the fast way instead of grabbing another gear, but here he goes.
I'll tell you what, that thing hauled, doesn't it?
55,063. 55,063. That is our second quickest lap of the night, regardless of class. Dude, we had a 54.9, but that is it.
Scott Baker, 2004 Mazda RX-8. Scott Baker started coming here about a year or two ago and really embraced UMI Motorsports Park. We love having Scott, mild-mannered, great guy, but like we said before, just a psycho behind the wheel. Baker through Corn Dog Corner, no problem there, cuts it nice and clean. Out onto the back stretch, puts the power down, into the Chicago box. See what he does here. Quick juke through there, clean. NASCAR 3 and 4, here we go. Opens it up through the start finish. What do we got for Baker? Oh, moves her up to P2. Nice, good job, Baker. Okay, here we go. John V, Serrano equipped. Last year's winning car, just barely nipped out by Sam. John V, still an excellent driver nonetheless. Through Kirkwood Corner. Oh, cuts are nice and close on the cone there. Out onto the NASCAR backstretch. Out of NASCAR 2. Down Roger Irvine's big backstretch into NASCAR 3. Clean through the Chicago box. Aims it for the finish. What do we got, John V? And unfortunately, raw time is fantastic, but we have someone running for a cone. Let's verify. Okay, big dog here, Dave Schatz, number 1 qualifier in the K-Tech Camaro. K-Tech Camaro. We just met Dave Schatz. This is his first trip here. Well-renowned guy, has a little nickname called Super Dave, and we can see why. I believe he's from the Arizona area. just touches the cone on the entrance at Corn Dog, but it stays in the box. This aerial Jim drone coverage is great. Even look at the sparks onto the Irvine backstretch. This car is big, but big power, but let's see how he navigates the Chicago box. Once again, touches the cone, but it does not fall over. What do we got for Super Dave? 56,432 for Dave. Should be good for the top 6. We'll check her out. Live stream presented by Viking Performance. Many of the cars here in the Turn 1 Shootout equipped with Turn 1 steering systems and also Viking shocks. A lot of parts purchased through Summit Racing Equipment. We're going to start with the other sponsors on the NASCAR 1 and 2. We'll start from the other end this time. Hawk Performance Brake Pads. Thank you, Hawk. Strano Parts, Sam Strano and John V here. Pace Performance, so UMI has a new 78 Cutlass with a nice Pace LS3 made 380 rear wheel. Nice car there. Hawks Motorsports, Hawks 3rd Gen. Bruce and Tyler and the gang at Hawks, really big track supporter since day one. Lots of the cars have Forge Line wheels, best wheels in the business. They are jewelry, but they are tough as well.
Oh my God, they are unreal. Have you ever been to their place?
I have.
It is. Forge Line wheels are wonderful people. The family is great, all that. But when you see how these things are made, it is unreal the amount of attention to detail they put into them. And you pay for it. They are not cheap. And there is no question, though, they are of value at the money that they charge. It's unreal.
I told Dave, the owner of Forge Line, that we often balance a Forge Line and it takes no weight.
Yes, absolutely.
Amazing. Like an 1/8 ounce, oh my God, you know.
Yeah.
Ron Francis Wiring. So Scott Bowers usually races here. I believe he has a family commitment, but they still have awesome wiring. We have a lot of Ron Francis wiring in our cars. Turn 1, like we said. And then Bowler transmissions right there under the American flag. You can see the Bowler sign. Tons of Bowler transmissions in the field. Lots of winning products there.
Our friends at ProTouring.com, of course.
If Larry Callahan's watching, shout out to Larry.
Dude, love you, Larry. Larry's a great dude.
Back to Viking quick. PSI, Summit, A+. Tick Performance, Snappies, Quartermaster, and Smitty's.
Snappies, the official gas station and convenience store of UMI Motorsports Park. I may or may not have frequented Snappies several times so far in the last 2 days.
Their cheesesteaks are like second best to Bob and Ken's.
Really?
They're really good.
I haven't got that yet, but man, I'll tell you, I love those people. They are so nice over there. This morning I was almost late getting here because the lady at the counter, there was something wrong, and so it wouldn't read my card, and it was their reader, not me. And I was like, it's fine, I'll just hand you cash, it's okay. And she was so nice, wanting to not inconvenience me, that it was like taking my time that I didn't have. And they ultimately got it to work. Again, they were so sweet. But I was like, no, I can give you a $20 bill. It'll be fine, you know. But again, they were just so customer focused. It was great. So visit Snappies. You got a choice. One and the other one that's the S that sounds like sort of a bad word, and then you got Snappies, and that's the one to go to.
Yep, so it looks like Ryan and Dave Allbeck, Jerry and Roger are getting the field set. So we should have some action here pretty quick. ladies and gentlemen, here in the booth, we have a famous guy, Chris Reinhardt from the All Over Nova. Chris, thanks for making the trip. How's your evening going?
Awesome, awesome. Good luck to everybody out here. Y'all doing a fine job, fine job.
So I believe we have Jeremiah Thomas. We'll clarify here in a minute, but we got the Mini. Got the Mini going through Corn Dog Corner. Let's see how it looks. Pretty clean there, Chad. Clean so far, I think.
It is. It looks real good. That thing is absolutely moving. You guys saw that this little car may be tiny and it may only have a 4-cylinder in it, but it's fast. And I'm really surprised at the lay it on the rev limiter that long strategy out there, but apparently they know what they're doing, and I hope it works. 54-329. Wow.
Scoring monitor's telling us that's Wolpert. So,
dude, 54-329 is nuts. That is our quickest lap so far. This is JJ.
JJ Mulrich, I for sure knows he has the trifecta, UMI, Viking, and Turn 1 steering all in one car.
I have to tell you, this car, like we said, really a dialed machine, and he is just comfortable behind the wheel. You can tell he runs really consistent, has done so all weekend long. It's been a pleasure to watch him running. And man, that drone is chasing him through Corn Dog Corner.
Heard a little bit of splitter scrape there onto the back of the NASCAR 2. Down the backstretch on the rev limiter, just a touch, probably right about where he needs to be.
Oh, grabbing a gear early to get it all the way across the finish line without a shift. That
56.
Is maybe a good strategy. 54-911. Ramey, that's a number.
He got a cone. I didn't want to say, but I saw one of them wiggling there near Corn Dog, right where the corner worker's standing.
Oh, man.
Okay, Scott Baker, 2004 Mazda RX-8. He's been
dig all
running
the LED
good.
lights under this thing. It looks cool.
I think that's for parking lot parties and cruise-ins.
Of course.
But it's a race car.
Scott Baker is a pretty good dude, too. I mean, this thing is an impressive little car. What's interesting is that this car and John V's, which is coming up next, transmission is broken. The thing to the rev limiter. I was gonna say these cars came equipped the same at the factory, but John V did a V6 swap, and I don't remember what, it's a Ford or a some other make. Oh, EcoBoost. Okay, it's an EcoBoost in John V's car, but it is not in Baker's. Baker, I believe, still has the rotary in that thing. I could be wrong on that, but I believe so. But man, a big problem down there for Baker, not able to get it off the racetrack. You could hear it revving to the moon. It sounded like he broke a transmission in that thing, and now they're doing the big push.
So he's going to be heartbroken. He made this race last year. He actually got an invite based on a previous event, made the race, and broke on the starting line. So Baker's going to be heartbroken. But knowing him, he'll get it rebuilt and come back stronger for next year, because he will get the invite for next year based on being here this year.
Oh, great. That's a good deal.
Yep.
We got the golf cart heading out there. Roger looking like he's trying to help push, but not needing it. They got him going. They're going to roll him on into the pit area so that he is not sitting out there. We can't leave him sitting out in the middle under there, you know. Got to be safety first out here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for coming out. It is getting cooler, and that is going to be good and maybe bad for the racers. So on the one hand, they make more power. The cooler track can be good, but if it gets too cool, it could be bad. And if any of you have been up before 7 a.m. any day in the last few, you know that it has been dewy in the morning. So if we get cool enough out here to hit the dew point, that would be a problem. but we shouldn't. Not before we're done tonight anyway. We'll see. You'll be able to tell if you look out at these cars and you can see that the roofs are frosty. You know we're getting near the dew point. So I don't know if this is, well, it's got to be John V, right? That's all that's left, right? Strano's out? Yeah. So this is John Viddenvoss, John V, in his RX-8 that he was co-driving with Sam Strano until Strano went bowling for dollars down there. Totally unlike him.
So I just heard from Sam, that's actually a Duratec with some EcoBoost stuff in it.
Ah, so it,
Yeah, Duratec. Yeah.
okay, there you go. So that thing is bouncing off the chip and all kinds of stuff. I think that that is the boost control. I think they have turned this bad boy up.
So this car on Strano Penske's, so Sam Strano custom valves a lot of this stuff for his clients. Wins races nationwide. Good stuff, Strano Penske's, from track sponsor Strano Parts. Viddenvoss down the backstretch, putting the power down.
Nice. Hard on the brakes, goes through the box. It's looking good.
Nice and smooth for John V.
$54,107.
John V.
54,107 moves into the number 1 spot over Wolpert.
0.2 ahead of Wolpert. Let's see what Dave Schatz can do. Super Dave puts the K-Tech power down. Drone chasing him. Aerial Jim hot on his tail.
This car shoots lots of sparks. When
Nice
it
low
goes
ride
through
height,
corn dog
splitter
corner.
action.
Oh yeah, the splitter, the exhaust under the rear diff. When it goes through corn dog corner in the daylight, you can see it. This thing puts on a heck of a show. See, if I was running out here for King of the Mountain, I'd have some titanium stuff hanging off the bottom of my car because it makes great sparks.
Here we go. Big K-Tech horsepower.
Oh,
Down into NASCAR 3.
on the brakes hard.
He woes it down.
Shots through the lights. 52,748. Wow. Wow. He got a cone, it looks like.
They're saying a cone for Dave
Yes.
Schatz.
Dave Schatz got a cone, so it's 54,748. Wow. 52 is insane. Wow. All right, so this all right, I think I screwed my list up here because I believe that's Thomas. But I could be wrong. $54,258 for the Mini. All right, yes, that was Thomas. So it's Thomas Wolpert, Baker, Schatz, Malrich, and John V in that order, which means that by my unofficial count, which doesn't matter, but if I'm reading right, it means that Thomas and Wolpert will be moving on in the final, in late model, in the same car. You might think that's weird, but it is not the first time for us to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. What are you doing to me, dude? Peachy drifting that thing all the way around one, gets into at least one. I see 2 cones down. Three. Peachy drifting this thing. They're moving everywhere. Cones are running away. The Viper is reaching out and biting everything. Wow. Peachy throwing it out there. I got to tell you, he's been driving pretty conservative this weekend. There was a time I wasn't sure he was going to make it into the shootout. He is definitely not driving conservative tonight. Justin Peachy. Oh, big power again, getting another one. Wow, 53, 433, but he got, I don't know, 4 or 5 cones. So that was Eric Peachy, not Justin.
Ryan Matthews, After Dark Speed. After Dark Speed, one of our valuable track sponsors here for all your Corvette suspension and component needs. Former NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series driver, so he knows how to go down a backstretch at an oval track, that's for sure, Chad.
Oh yeah, and he is no stranger to wheel racing either. He is absolutely comfortable and a heck of a nice guy. Ryan Matthews, super fun to be around at the racetrack and looking good through the finish line, 56.612.
Matthews, that's actually his backup car, so he blew up his C5 a week or 2 ago. Built this really quickly, but it seems to be running pretty good. Testament to his engineering skill. Who do we got here? So that, can you see the number? So we're going to say this is Aaron Shu, so owner of the Evo, near the top of the speed charts all weekend and super late, co-driving with his good buddy Josh Luster. Turbocharged, all-wheel drive, big tires, wheel off the ground in Kirkwood Corner. Chad, how's it looking?
I'll tell you, these guys have been wheeling this machine all weekend long. It has been an absolute riot. To watch Shu and Luster behind the wheel of this thing, they have both been loving life, having smiles on their face, using up the all-wheel drive of the Evo 9. The Evo with all-wheel drive has torque biasing where it will pull itself around a corner with the front wheels. Oh, he's sideways, but I believe he missed the cones. That one was close, but I got a corn worker going to check. On the throttle, hard through the lights, 54,446. Cone guy going out there to check. Oh, and he is moving it. He got a cone. Definitely got a cone. We are checking another one. I got one in the Chicago box, one over here at turn 4. What is the world coming to?
Strelnick's in the titanium GTR. This thing is bad to the bone. Awesome exhaust note. Strelnick's multi-time national champion.
You know what's weird is a GTR is actually a pretty good sized car. They're not nearly as small as you'd think they would be. And so what's weird about them is, for me, they never look like they're going as fast as they really are. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're so good at going fast and they just aren't that dramatic. But these things are beasts. And this Nissan GTR is one to watch. I'm looking forward to watching this thing run the number as he comes off of turn 4, because this thing makes big speed. Looking at going into turn 3.
Good A to B speed on the Strelnick's machine.
Oh, a little slow out of the box,
Chicago
Ramey.
box, yep. We'll see how he does. Man, that thing sounds awesome.
56,283.
If it's clean, it's 4/10 faster than Ryan Matthews. 56,283 for Strelnick's.
Strelnick's has been doing good all weekend, like I said. But, man, that was a bobble down there in the box to stay away from the cone. If he ran a 56.2 with that bobble, that car is fast. And out on the racetrack now, none other than Duke Langley.
Duke Langley from the state of Oregon, him and his son Cash drove 40-some hours from Oregon to here. Long haul. Speaking of hauling, Langley, Viking-equipped C5, multi-time Optima national champion.
Yeah, Duke's one of those guys that drives aggressive. He attacks the racetrack. He is no stranger to speed. Look at the sparks coming out from under that thing. Duke is a guy that just never seems to get rattled. It's really funny because he's a pretty quiet dude until you get to know him.
Man, that thing has the speed, doesn't it?
Oh, look at it. When he is fast, too, he has the most evil grin on his face, and you better watch out. Duke on the throttle hard, looking good to the lights. 53,493.
That might be the fastest time of the day so far, Chad.
If it's clean, it certainly is. We had a 52, but that was with cones. Duke, I don't see any penalties so far. 53,493 for Duke Langley, showing the West Coast to the east.
He's never driven on this track until yesterday morning. No sleep since Brooklyn for Duke Langley, but he's doing awesome.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
This is James Elliott Roofing, Kentucky guy, I think. Big horsepower BES racing engine in this C5.
You know, Bischoff does a great job with the engines, and they make stupid power. This thing, 430-ish, we're not sure, cubic inches, apparently makes right near 1,000 horsepower naturally aspirated. The only way to do that, ladies and gentlemen, is with big compression, a lot of camshaft and RPM, and this thing is evil sounding when it goes by, and he has been flying this weekend. Ramey, you told me to watch him, and you weren't kidding.
That might have a sequential in it too, Chad.
Listen to it go down the backstretch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be quiet and watch it go to the finish line. Definitely a sequential, goes 55,193. Wow, that thing sounds great. You guys hear how quick it shifts? Sequential. Just so you know, a sequential means that you don't have to, two things that it gives you. A, you don't have to lift off the throttle at all to make the shift. And B, you only move the shifter forward and backward. There is no H pattern.
Okay, this is going to be Justin Peachy in the Viper.
Justin driving way calmer than Eric was out there.
Justin's multi-time champion in multiple disciplines. Actually beat Cletus McFarland at the Freedom Factory last year in the $250,000 prototype Corvette.
Yep.
It actually has a plywood splitter, Chad.
Of course. That is not unusual. They've seen Jensen, and they know how to do it.
So he's pretty good at driving the Viper, too. Looking good so far. This car is on Strano Penske's as well.
The
tuned
Peachy
by
brothers
Sam
are
Strano.
fun guys to be around at the racetrack. They have a great time every time, and they are fast, let me tell you.
Justin has a gigantic mullet right now, so let's see what it does for him.
Through the lights, 55,649.
55,649 puts him in P3 with 5 cars to go. Okay, here we go. Cody Hunt in another Strano-equipped Corvette. Cody Hunt, very smooth, very fast, big horsepower, well composed, mild-mannered engineer, crazy behind the wheel, but smooth.
Very smooth. You say crazy behind the wheel, and you're right, because the speed is always there. But this guy is one of those that really is just smooth, 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 pushes the string with the throttle. I know you people won't understand that, but that means smooth throttle application. And this car really works good. He's been fun to watch all weekend long. Ramey, look at him. He's going up on the backstretch there. We're going to see big speed as he gets into third. Ooh, slowing it down. Nice job.
Yep.
Oh,
clean,
a little
clean
slow right there, though.
Okay, let's see what we got. Cody Hunt through the traps.
54.449, Ramey. That's a good run.
Moves to P2. Splits the difference between Langley and Elliott. So we got a 53, a 54, and a 55, and a 56. But the big guns are coming up. Peters, Krebsbach, Luster, and Rouse. So we have a Corvette, an Evo, another Evo, and a Porsche.
Yes.
Porsche.
Porsche.
Okay, coming up, it looks like Brian Peters in the John Hogan Corvette. This car's for sale. The windshield sticker said, low mileage, never abused.
I love it.
I think it has like 8,000 miles on it, but they're all like
Autocross and road race. I love it. That makes me happy.
Brian Peters, I believe he has 8 SCCA national championships in 8 different cars. He borrows your car and then beats you with it.
That's hilarious. Great, great, great competitors out here, folks. Seriously, the action here tonight is awesome to watch. We appreciate you guys all being here to join us. I know it's starting to get chilly. It makes me happy. I believe I smell barbecue and or fire pits right now, both of which make me feel happy.
So Brian Peters is an Evo school instructor. He actually teaches champions how to go faster. How'd you like that on your resume?
You know what's funny about that, Ramey? There are a lot of guys here who are very accomplished autocross and road racers. Many of them are driving instructors for club events and all that kind of stuff. It's funny, but this, in the motorsports world, in the autocross world in particular, the number of people that are there to help other people learn how to do this is insane, which is why autocross is the #1 motorsport in the world. There are more people who participate in autocross events than any other kind of motorsport in the world. And that's awesome. All right. They're telling all of our cone crew and everybody to be ready. So they are getting ready to send it. Again, want to thank Ariel Jim, PA, who has been out here killing it all weekend long. Yesterday, man, yesterday evening, he was tired. He said, man, it's going to be a late night tomorrow. I need to go home and get some sleep. I talked to him early this morning. He said, man, I was in bed at 10 o'clock. Got a good night's sleep and came out here. I hope he took a nap a little while ago because he has been on it. Flying through the VR goggles, right? So it's POV. He is flying this thing like he's in it. And it is super fun to watch. When you guys get home, go to the UMI Motorsports YouTube channel and watch the live stream. The drone footage is a riot to watch.
So I just got a message from Jay Bullington, JXB Performance, up on the hill.
Yeah.
They're on top of their mega hauler watching the live stream on the big screen.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
If you think UMI Motorsports Park isn't fun, really, check us out.
Here's the other deal, folks. Oh my God, wow.
They're not messing around, Chad.
They are not messing around. They do have a projector and a giant screen up there. Wait a second. Where is that? Oh, up here on the hill. Dude, that's rad. Oh, I see them, I think, over there. Dude, for you guys that are all out here tonight in the grandstands and up on the hill, one of the coolest things here at this event is that on Friday nights, we have a big barbecue and party up at the campground area with a DJ or a live band and all kinds of stuff. We may have eaten a lot of Jell-O shots and enjoyed some adult beverages or cold snacks, as my friend Derek calls them. And it's a good time. Everybody hanging out, having fun with multiple fire pits going and a cornhole tournament and all kinds of good stuff. Brian Peters out there on the racetrack going around Corn Dog Corner. Looking good up the hill. Great headlights on this car. That's going to matter. And look at the big wing on the back. Lots of downforce at these speeds. Oh, that was a great job through the box. Peters looking good. Through the lights, 53.340 for Peters.
Fastest raw time, but it's Santa Cone.
Oh, no. So that's a 55.340. Currently has him in the number 4 spot because of that 2-second penalty. Here on out, we have 2 Evos and a Porsche, and here's the Porsche.
Doug Rouse, another SCCA national champion and top Evo school instructor.
Rouse is fast in this car. It has been fun to watch this weekend. A very different dynamic the way this car handles. This car does not look like it transfers weight. It does not lean over at all. It is really impressive.
So on his bio sheet, he wants to thank his car owner, Chris Dressler. Dressler almost made the shootout. He actually made the shootout last year. So shout out to Dressler for the co-drive. Rouse really appreciates it and let us know that so we can announce it. Pretty awesome dude. Let's see what he does.
Oh, look at this.
Might be a good one, Chad.
Big speed across the finish line, 54.368.
Pretty raw, pretty good on the raw speed and looks clean so far.
That puts him in the number 2 spot right now. Wow, that was a great run.
Okay. Josh Luster of the Aaron Shue and Josh Luster Evo. Shue's the car owner. Luster's the hired gun, but they're actually within a tenth of each other usually.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what, this is a really, really good little car. This thing is super dialed, and like you said, they have been very consistent. Now, Luster was in the number 2 spot a lot this weekend. Shue right there with him, as Krebsbach was in the number 1 spot most of the time, but they battled it back and forth, traded positions a few times. This is a good car with a couple of guys that really know how to wheel it, and it could be interesting.
Krebsbach, your 4.0 champion, took home the big check 2 years ago. Finished
on the
P2
limiter
to
through the
Strano
lights.
last year.
53.621, ladies and gentlemen. That's hauling the mail right there.
Clean so far, about 2/10 behind Duke Langley. Luster with a 53.621.
Nice.
So far we have Langley, Luster, Rouse, Hunt, and Elliott with KOTM 4 champion. Krebsbach yet to go. He's a number 1 qualifier. Actually holds the course record here on the previous shootout course. This is the first year for this course.
Yeah, brand new course out here, which is pretty cool because these guys have, you know, they think they know and then they don't know. And they all were talking about it on Facebook earlier as they got to walk it for the first time. Krebsbach has been on fire in this car today and yesterday. I mean, there has not been a time where he wasn't either in the lead or capable of being in the lead within a run or two. I mean, he's probably been our most consistent driver all weekend long, and that could serve him well if he can keep it up.
Just got a text from our boy Jeremy Swenson, KOTM 1 champion.
Jeremy's awesome.
Shout out to Swenson.
Great.
He wants us to watch his boy. He thinks something big's going to happen.
Krebsbach is looking good right now. Listen to that thing making all the right turbo noises as he's banging gears, shifted 3 times to get into 2. Looking good through the slalom. Krebsbach, your number 1 qualifier, diving down into the middle of the racetrack. Hard on the throttle, roll, roll, roll around Kirkwood Corner. On the throttle early, lifting up the inside front tire. That thing sounding good. You can hear the blow-off valve working.
Sean brought his mom and dad here to assist crew chief and crew chief. Krebsbach on the backstretch.
What a big deal that would be to win with mom and dad holding each end of the big check. Look at this Evo hauling the mail. Big speed through the finish line. Oh, and my scoreboard is not on.
52,774.
52,774, ladies and gentlemen. 52,774. That's 0.719, or just under 3/4 of a second ahead of Duke Langley. Josh Luster in 3rd, and Doug Rouse in 4th. And then Cody Hunt and Jamie Elliott are our top 6 right there. Wow. That is a run. We're going to narrow it down to 2 now.
So we got Corvettes, Evos, and a Porsche sprinkled in there.
You got to love it. I've been making fun of the Porsche all weekend, not because it's not awesome, but because the model number is a 991.2 GT3. It sounds like a web address, right?
It's very specific.
Yeah, or the code, you know, when you're having internet problems and you've called Spectrum and the guy's like, give me the number on the back of your router, and it's like 993.2.6.168 R43. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
So I can say it now. When Swenson texted me, he said Krebsbach's about to drop the mic. He wasn't kidding. 0.7 ahead of Duke Langley right now.
And that's saying something. Duke is no slouch, let me tell you. Of course, if I know Duke, he's standing down there with that little grin on his face.
He's plotting and scheming.
Oh, 100%. It's like, oh yeah, we're all right. We are all right. Now, what's interesting is that Duke is he's a road racing machine too. I mean, there is nothing he doesn't like doing in a race car. So these guys are all waiting to get word on who's going next. Gonna give them a minute to cool down. And again, on behalf of the entire team here at UMI Motorsports Park, I'm Chad with Bangshift.com. We appreciate you guys being out here. We love that you have come to enjoy a Saturday night here at the racetrack in Clearfield County. We want to thank Visit Clearfield County for being a great sponsor out here at the racetrack as well. And again, part of the community. You guys are doing great, and we really do appreciate it. We know you have a lot of options in how you spend your very hard-earned money nowadays, and for you to decide to bring yourself and your families out here this weekend means the world to us, both the racers and fans. To everybody that brought a kid out here tonight, everybody that's got a kid out here right now, raise your hand here in the grandstand. Give yourselves a big round of applause. You're bringing children to the races, ladies and gentlemen, and that matters. Your kids could be those people that are out there racing cars. We got a lot of great racing here in the area too. There's the circle track right down the street. I know last month when we were here, we were done in the evening and you could hear them running. The wind was blowing just right, and it was a pretty cool deal. So you guys are a great racing community, and we appreciate it for sure. Thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to pack the hill for the 6th year in a row.
Yeah.
We got a great crowd here in the grandstands. We got a lot of cool families here, a lot of tailgating, a lot of fun. We also have title sponsorship from our friends at Summit Racing Equipment. Those guys do a great job for us, big sponsor here. We also have the Turn 1 Shootout. A lot of the cars here running turn one pumps and gears and racks, all kind of good stuff there.
I'll tell you what, Summit Racing Equipment not only stepping up as a sponsor here at the racetrack and the presenting sponsor here at UMI's King of the Mountain 6.0, but also donating a bunch of Summit gift cards for our raffle for charity this weekend. Helped us raise record amount of money here this weekend, and we really do appreciate them. So thank you so much to the folks at Summit Racing Equipment for everything you do. And hey, we were talking about him. The man from Oregon, Duke Langley, lining up on the starting line in the yellow and black Corvette. I got a feeling he's going to turn it up this time.
We're here on the Viking live stream, of which Duke Langley's Viking equipped, so that's a nice segue. We'll see when Chief, looks like Chief starter Jerry Mondock sending him off. Langley hangs a hard left onto the front stretch, and he hits the very first cone, Chad.
Oh, Duke hits the very first cone. You are not kidding, and oh my God, it breaks my heart. Duke attacking the racetrack out here right now. Let's see what kind of number he can do. You never know whether he can pull this off. It's got to be in the top two. Man, this breaks my heart if that's the case, but we'll see. Duke Langley looking good as he aims it at Corn Dog Corner. Duke on the throttle, hard out of there. If he felt the cone, he is mad at himself and he knows he has to drive this thing as aggressively as humanly possible to try and make up those 2 seconds.
He has the speed, Chad. He has the speed.
It is nearly impossible to make up 2 seconds, but he's trying. Not going to do it. He got another cone. Duke Langley through the lights, 53.140, but he got 2 cones. He got the one in turn 4 over here as well, right before getting on the finish line. Man, Duke Langley putting on a show, but unless something weird happens, he is not going to move on to the final.
Jamie Elliott next up. Big horsepower, big wing, big personality from Jamie Elliott, one of the funnest guys you'll ever be around.
Another awesome Corvette with a big wing. Oh, sideways, cold tires.
That thing has the power, doesn't it, Chad?
Oh my God, and it sounds amazing. Bischoff and the crew at BS build really good engines, and they have for decades for all kinds of disciplines. Man, I love listening to that thing.
That thing goes from A to B in an instant, that's for sure.
It does, and you can hear the transmission whining, the sequential working. I love this thing.
Man, that's got to be a rush down the backstretch.
It has to be. That thing is accelerating like crazy. Goes through the box looking good up into turn 4. It's a little wet up there. Aiming it down low. Tickled a cone. I think he might have tickled a cone. 53.493. 53.493.
Is that clean, Chad?
I don't know. I thought he tickled a cone in turn 4 down here, but apparently not.
I don't see anyone running. That's a good
sign. So it's clean.
Here we go. Okay, Cody Hunt. Cody Hunt
in that C7 Corvette.
A lot of parts from track sponsor Sam Strano, stranoparts.com.
You know, that car looks really good running through the middle out here, and it's, I believe, one of the only C7s we had on the property this weekend. We only had a couple of them. These cars really capable, and the last front engine Corvette that may ever be produced right there.
Cody Hunt is so smooth. He's getting ready to put the big power down the NASCAR backstretch. Roger Irvine designed an incredible course for this King of the Mountain. Hunt.
Little slow on the shift down there, Ramey, but
yeah, he's all right.
Big speed. Through the lights, 52.897.
There we go, Cody Hunt.
Wow,
and
putting
I think
on
we're
a
clean
clinic.
so far, Chad. Clean so far.
That is a number, people. Wow, what an impressive ride. And again, several spots he can pick up more time out there. These guys are only going to get quicker. And it's time for the Porsche. Doug out there in the cool 992.3645431. This thing is a beast. Look at it move through the middle.
Rouse is another super smooth driver, very precise, very composed. Walk softly and carry a fast time for Doug Rouse.
I got to tell you,
He
he's
has a
also
turn signal
safety
on.
first.
He had the turn signal on.
Well,
and it
for
was
the
accurate.
left-hander.
He was hanging a left through Kirkwood Corner.
It's
Makes
awesome.
it through Corn Dog. He's probably shuffling steering wheel.
Listen to that
thought I
thing.
saw him nip something, but maybe he's okay.
It's hard to tell from up here. We get
Come on,
blinded
Rouse, what do
by
we
some
got,
of the
buddy?
lights, but wow, look at this car. Oh, he punts
He
the
gets
cone.
the last cone.
Definitely punted the cone. 52,499, ladies and gentlemen.
52.4, but he launched a cone.
Man. So the very first year that I came out here to announce, ladies and gentlemen, we had a really funny thing that happened. We had the Autocross Challenge. We're down there and we had this cool bracket race program going on. And we had a driver who hit a cone and launched that cone 10 feet in the air. Okay, maybe 5. But anyway, launched the cone in the air. That cone came down and landed in the exact right spot. They're checking the cone. Oh, I don't know. Didn't move it much. Might be okay.
We'll see.
But yeah, flipped a cone up in the air and it landed back in the square where it was supposed to be. It was absolutely priceless.
Wow, Luster tickles that cone on the entrance to Corn Dog Corner.
He did. I don't.
These guys drive so precise, it's amazing.
Oh my God, yes. This guy knows how to be fast. He knows how to do it over and over again. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Did he break something?
I don't know. Lost a gear. Doesn't sound right. It kind of sounds like you might have lost a boost coupler or something. The car sounds weird. Wow, what a disappointment. 58,728.
Okay, Krebsbach needs to run a 53,492 to move on. Well within his capability. He's got to keep it clean, though. The pressure's on. Can't go too slow. Krebsbach out onto the front stretch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Into NASCAR 1.
Here's the thing, as Krebsbach puts on a clinic out here, we got to think about Luster and the fact that he's co-driving, was co-driving that car. And now hurting it. Ugh. That kind of makes you feel bad. But Krebsbach looking good as he goes around Corn Dog Corner. Again, he's got a little bit of cushion, but not a lot. He needs to run 53,492 or better to make sure he's in the top 2. It looks clean. He's looking good. Needs to stay away from that cone, and he does it as he goes through the lights. 51,422. The crowd with the huge sigh. 51,422. Dude, we are not worthy, you sick individual. My God.
So Krebsbach prides himself on being a time attack driver. Those guys go out and have to get it done right away on the road course, right? This is similar to a road course, Chad.
You know what? I'd say all the time about these guys that they are bad men. He's the baddest of the bad men this round, let me tell you. Wow.
Krebsbach puts it into 51s.
So now it's Krebsbach and Hunt that are going to move on for the championship in super late model. And ladies and gentlemen, that means that we are down to 2 cars in each class. So as a refresher, we are going to race those 2 class cars against each other. We are then going to crown a king of class. Each of those class winners and runners-up are going to take home some money. Then we are going to take our 4 winners, and we are going to pit our 4 winners, the winner from each class, up against each other in a shootout that is going to involve each of those drivers making 3 runs and us adding all 3 times together for a total that in this case should be somewhere around 153 to 158 seconds to then crown an overall champion. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. What racing action. You guys are, dude, 51-422. Are you kidding me? I hear Bob Bertelsen fired up the green Mamba. All right, I believe, and I could be wrong, it's happened one time, that we have Bertelsen and Ike, I believe. That is Bob Bertelsen. Bertelsen pulling up right now in the green Mamba. Bertelsen, the owner of A+ Powder Coaters, the sponsor of the early model class. And Tortilla Slap Challenge champion. The only person I've ever seen do the Tortilla Slap Challenge using the crane from Karate Kid. I'm not kidding you, it was the funniest thing. I laughed so hard I spit the water out. All right. Bertelsen waiting for the go. Ike firing up his car back there as well. Bertelsen leaving the starting line aggressively. Nice and clear of the first cone. Bertelsen into turn number 1. The tires are cold now. Bertelsen needs to run a real live number out here this time, as he is running for the class championship here in early category at King of the Mountain 6.0, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Bob Bertelsen looking good, trying to be king of his class and then ultimately king of the mountain. Bertelsen into NASCAR 2 up the hill and down the backstretch. The drone chasing him. He is flying down there hard on the brakes through the Chicago box. Oh my God, dangerously close to cones, but missing him. Bertelsen aims it at the finish line, hard on the throttle. What's it gonna be? Bertelsen 55-851. And now in the 65 Chevy 2 going up against Bertelsen's green Mamba is Steve Ike. Ike leaving the starting line. Little slow. Needs to get a little heat in those tires. Oh, look at that with the wiggle. Man, he is trying to put the power down. The temperature has definitely gotten down. They have been waiting for longer than any other competitors will be doing out here.
Which camera is that?
Smitty is getting ready to line up at the starting line. Ike going around the left-hander up onto the backstretch, up the hill, right up next to the wall. hard on the throttle. Wow, Ike with big speed going into turn 3. On the brakes, makes it through the box, going up the hill through the wet area there, and then now aiming it at the finish line. He needs to go 55.850 or better. Not gonna do it. 58.847 because he had a 2-second penalty for a cone. Ike goes 56.847 with a cone and is the runner-up in early model. Your winner and class king, big bad Bob Bertelson behind the wheel of the Green Mamba. Wow. And now we have Smitty in the Camaro and Jensen in the RX-7. These cars could not be more diametrically opposed, but they are both insanely fast. Also, two really good dudes who are super talented and fun to be around. Smitty, ready to rock and roll. Smitty looking good. I guarantee you those tires are not warm enough yet. Smitty looking good through the box, around turn 2, into the slalom. Smitty on the backstretch, working it, diving to the inside. On his way around the corner, letting it roll through Kirkwood corner. Aiming it at Corndog corner, hard on the throttle. Look at this thing going. You can hear the crack as the timing cut when he pulls the gear change. This thing is a beast. Smitty up the hill on the Smitty's Custom Automotive 70 Camaro. Grabbing gears, hard on the brakes, through the box, looking good. It looks clean to me. Smitty up the hill. He's got to miss one more cone. You can hear him pedaling it. Smitty through the lights, 54.959. 54.959. That is a 0.6 of a second improvement over Smitty's last run. Now it's time for Jensen. Jensen's last run was a 54.529. He was 0.4 of a second better than Smitty's last run. Can he do it again? Smitty just drove his heart out and put down a real number. Jensen is gonna have to show up in order to beat him. Again, the number that it's gonna take to win the class, 54.958 or better. Jensen around Kirkwood corner. Hard on the throttle, on the brakes, lots of sparks through Corndog corner and up the hill. The RX-7 with the Home Depot and Lowe's special aero package is looking good, bouncing it off the limiter. Going through the box, it looks clean to me. Again, he needs to run 54.958 or better. Is he gonna do it? Yes, 53.694. Jensen putting on a display. Wow, 1.25 seconds quicker than Smitty. That RX-7 is hauling.
I just broke into the cooler here, Chad. I think I got some Tina Cunningham no-bakes.
I didn't know there were snacks. I only knew there were drinks. All right, the Mini, driving hard. All the rev limiter out there.
I think it about wore the rev limiter out, actually.
Gonna go up against John V. The Mini through the lights, 54,465.
Jeremiah Thomas, 54,465.
And here comes John V. John V is gonna need a 54,464 or better to take home the class championship and move to the King of the Mountain shootout. All right, John V getting the sign. In the turbocharged RX-8. Looking good. Through 2. He's got to go 54,464 or better to beat Thomas in the Mini Cooper S. Roll, roll, roll around Kirkwood Corner and on his way to Corn Dog Corner.
I think he wiggled the cone on the entrance to Corn Dog, but it stayed in the box. All good, all good.
On the brakes, into the box, looking good. Ooh, slowed it down a little much. 54,464 is the number. Does it. 54,191. John V behind the wheel of his car that Sam Strano won in last year is going to the King of the Mountain shootout and is the winner of King of the Class here in late model. And here we go with super late model, folks.
That was a quick turnaround, but Cody Hunt on the launch through NASCAR 1 and 2. Another Strano-equipped car, Cody Hunt, good buddies with Sam Strano, StranoParts.com, hauls it down the backstretch, taps the brakes, hangs a left, right into the middle, heading into Kirkwood Corner. Chad, how's he looking?
He's looking good, and I got to tell you, the super late model guys right here, they have an advantage. They have only been sitting for a few minutes. They're going to have more temp in the tires than they've had in any repeat run so far. So we could really see him and Krebsback throwing down a number right here. Corvette power through the lights, 52,095.
So that puts the pressure on Krebsbach, right?
He
has to go for it.
He does. He ran a 51 the last time around, a 51,944, I believe. He's going to need to run the number because here you go. But he's got temp in the tires, but man, that was not a happy shift at the start.
It sounded a little weird there, Chad.
It did. It was like he short shifted the thing or something, or went to the wrong gear and then back down. But it sounds happy now. Krebsback, he's used to chasing. He wants to dig deep. Let's see if he can do it. He needs to go 52,094 or better in order to take home the class King of the Class championship here in super late model. Little slow on the shift there. Pedaling it hard through the lights, 51,880, and Krebsback going to the final round right here. He is your winner. king of the class for super late model. And dude, Krebs back going to the King of the Mountain Ultimate Turn 1 Shootout right now.
So a few minutes ago, when Strano was still in it, Strano and Krebsbach are the only two that had a chance to repeat. Swenson, Smedegard, and Thorne are off drifting now, actually. And it's true. Someone was laughing about the drifting, but it's true. Actually, Thorne made it to Formula Drift already.
That's true.
Yeah, he's good. So it's going to be Krebsbach as the only chance to be the repeat winner of King of the Mountain.
And Smedegard is probably the guy that's making more money in drifting than anybody in the country because he's running a drifting school as well. So doing really good, and we really love those guys. And while I do wish that they were here, I know they're doing something fun and they're having a great time and doing it really well. So it's awesome. Now, if you look, Krebs back going to the scales.
Yep, Roger Irvine checks these. The cars have to weigh 2,900 pounds with driver and fuel. So they want to not cut the fuel too close. I think Krebsbach was maybe 100 pounds heavy when he got weighed earlier, so he's well within. Should be okay.
Yeah, and I know that that the Corvette over there of Cody Hunt, I actually was standing there with them when they weighed it earlier today because they were randomly weighing cars all weekend, and he was well overweight.
Yeah, they actually have Hunt on standby in case Krebsbach doesn't make weight. Of course, Sean is a very trustworthy individual, so. These no-bakes are good. I don't mean to eat and talk, but.
I always eat and talk. It doesn't bother me at all, and they are amazing. Who was the lady that made these, you said?
Mike Cunningham's wife, Tina.
Oh, no way.
Her
Dude.
Her gimmick is, hey, I didn't make something.
That's
But
awesome.
it's true, because it's not baked.
Cunningham's wife is awesome now. I mean, she was always awesome, but she's awesomer now.
Yeah, more awesomer. Yeah, so it looks like Krebsbach made it. He's not, no one's crying or nothing, so that should be good. Mom and Dad are probably pretty pumped. So all these guys go home with a big check, actually, all the Class Kings, except for the actual king goes home with the biggest check. Okay, they're prepping the top four. They're going to take 3 runs each, and the fastest combined of the 3, fastest combined time, will be the King of the Mountain. We have 4 champions now, 1 in each class. They're going to go head to head, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and we will crown a king. Chad, I was saying earlier, our maintenance guy, Corey Timlin, that built most of this track here, his wife was doing those candy apples, Karina Timlin. I saw her on the live stream watching. Those things are awesome. So now is the time to talk about Sissy's Sassy Apples in Phillipsburg.
Dude, I am in love with Sissy's Sassy Apples. I may or may not have consumed a couple of those this weekend. They are insane. If you haven't been to Phillipsburg, to their little place, or followed them on Facebook, they are the Sweet, as in sweet, 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 SUITE, on Facebook. If you've not been over to see their stuff, it is unreal. The apples are like the size of your fist, and then they wrap them in caramel and chocolate, and they have like 50 flavors, and they are ungodly good. I am not even kidding you. I'm a fat guy. I know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about food, and these things are unbelievably delicious, and they are the nicest people. They gave us a really cool donation of several of them to help raise money for our charities this weekend. Cody's a great guy, but his wife is even radder because she makes unbelievably yummy treats. Does she have a sister or anything? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, she's the co-owner of the business.
Oh, nice. Oh, damn. Of course she is, because she makes apples like that. Man.
Yeah, so Corey's brother, Walt Timblin, is actually in the house here. Former track champion here at UMI Motorsports Park.
Really?
I raced with him a ton, so we had a lot of good battles, a lot of good races. And so shout out to Walt Timblin Jr. and his family.
You know, it's really funny, Ramey, because I know you grew up in this area your whole life and all your family, and you guys have all the great stories. It's so funny because you always know all these different people, and you have like all these fun stories about, oh, this guy was the tire guy, and this guy was the whatever guy. The racing heritage and family here is pretty epic, and I love it. So while we're waiting for these guys to get ready to line up again, I want to go over the format again, folks. So we are going to take our 4 winners. I believe we're going to start with early in the same order we did before. They are each going to run 3 laps. They're each going to run 1 lap. Then they're each going to run another lap. Then they're each going to run a 3rd lap. We are going to add all 3 of their laps together for a total time. So, lap 1 and 2, we're going to tell you the times. You're going to see it, all those things. Lap 3, with any luck and our, public school math skills, we are going to give you a number that they got to run to stay in it. And the 4 of them are going to battle it out for the ultimate title of King of the Mountain. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be drama-filled, I promise you. But if you need a drink or a snack, now is the time to make that happen. All right, folks? So I'm going to give us just a couple of minutes. We're giving everybody some time to fuel these things, check tire pressure, do all that. Yeah, so right now they are allowed to check tire pressures, they're allowed to put fuel in them, etc. Once we start the next level of competition, they are not allowed to touch the car in between any of their 3 runs. So we literally are going to line them up. We are going to make them sit there in the car. They cannot get out. They cannot touch the car. They cannot do any of those things. And we're going to run 3 back to back to back, 1 from each class, and then roll till we crown a winner. And I want to make some predictions, but I know that is never a smart idea, Ramey.
So the crazy thing about predictions is they're always unpredictable. I just made that up. I'm saying is, last year Krebsbach was the fastest of the fast.
Yeah.
Strano put so much pressure on him, forced him into a 1 minor, tiny little mistake,
and it cost him.
And it cost him, yeah. So the early cars and the mid cars do have a little bit of trouble with the ultra fast cars, right?
Right.
But with the 2-second penalty per cone, really anything can happen.
Yeah, the early model cars tend to be heavier. They are a slightly slower. The mid-year as well. Late and super late have always been the hardest, 2 classes to beat. But like you said, the great equalizer are all those orange things sitting out there.
That is the equalizer, yeah. 2-second penalty per cone. Oh, John Vittenvoss says he has a dog box now, so he loves it when I say dog box. But they actually have a DCT in there now. He's just messing with me.
Gotcha.
I actually get 5 bonus points if I say dog box.
I love that. Is it just because you sound funny when you say it?
I guess.
With the Pennsylvania accent? Here's the thing.
I don't have an accent. You have an accent. All these people on the hill have the same accent I do.
I love that. I love that. I've never been accused of having an accent before, but I love it, Ramey. Now, I will tell you that my business partner, Brian Loans, is from Boston. And I have known Brian since 2005, so 19 years. And in those 19 years, not one single time have I ever let him say the word park just one time. If he says park,
Oh, in a park.
yeah, I go, what? And at least one time he will repeat it when I say what to him, because quite frankly, while he is talented, he's not that sharp. So he says it every time, and I laugh, and then he calls me names. And I'm okay with that. It's really okay, because, yeah, Bostonians can't say park. Like you said, it's Pock. So it's awesome.
So I'll tell you who's pretty pumped is Bob Bertelson.
You think?
So he
Look at him, hands in the air. He's already in the car. He's like, hurry the hell up, I'm ready to rock and roll. If Bertelson wins this, I gotta be honest with you people, I've known Bertelson for a long time. He is a great dude. I consider him a friend. I love this guy to death, but we will never hear the end of it. Bob Bertelson will have to drive convertibles for the rest of his life because his head will not fit in the Corvette ever again. But you know what? If he does it, he deserves it.
He does.
Because he has a battle ahead of him, and I love him for being in it. Bertelson showing up this weekend and really doing a great job. He should be proud of the championship, being king of the class. But if I know him, he ain't done yet. Ramey, he's going to give it all he's got.
Then we have Chris Jensen. I don't even think he has plywood. I think he has particle board.
I know that at one point there was OSB under the bottom of that car as the side skirts. I'm not lying.
Okay, Bertelson built the Green Mamba in his two-car garage. He's pretty much a perfectionist, as you can see. This thing's show quality, but fast.
Yeah, Bertelson ready to rock and roll. He's lined up there. We got the drone ready. We got everything rocking and rolling. Aerial Jim.
LED lights on the front of the Green Mamba.
Yes, lots of
Big
lightability.
Skog and Dickey horsepower. Bowler transmission. Forge line wheels on that bad boy. Let's see what we got here, Bob.
I believe this thing has a 427 cubic inch LS under the hood, but I could be lying. I gotta tell you, Jensen looks good tonight.
He does.
So does Bertelson. I mean, really, it's anybody's game. Here goes Bob on his first run. Bertelson short shifts the thing and heads into turn number 2. Bertelson going through into the box, around, looking good and clean. Remember, clean is good, but you gotta be fast. Bertelson may be a little conservative through the slalom there, I don't know. Letting it roll around Kirkwood Corner. Into Corn Dog Corner.
Clean through there, watching on the Aerial Jim drone.
You know, Ramey, we had multiple cars spin out around Corn Dog Corner today. Oh no, Bertelson was wide, way wide out there going out on the backstretch, and we got a cone guy going out there and grabbing one. Bertelson with a cone down.
Multiple cones for Bertelson.
Bertelson did get a cone, 57,642. 57,642, which makes it a 59,642. Bob Bertelson, not good on that run.
Chris Jensen onto the short backstretch, getting ready to hang a left into the middle.
Yeah, like I said, Jensen's really looking sharp today. You know, when you do good this weekend, you want to get in the qualifier, but ultimately you want to peak now. Tonight is when you want to peak. And Jensen just seems hungry. I don't know. This could be his night. He has made it to the dance.
I think this is his third time going deep into the shootout.
I agree, and I think this car is awesome. Oh, no.
Except
Nope.
for that part.
Wow. Wow, a couple of cones. One's under the front of the car now, another one down back there.
That cone just went 100.
It did. 54,160. So here's the thing. If he were to drive around and then stop so it was where it was supposed to be, would it count? Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the first time I've said these things. And there may or may not be rules because of me saying these things.
Oh, they recovered the cone. Okay, John Vittenvoss.
John V out there in the DCT-equipped RX-8. Oh, a little bobble there in the box, but he made it through. Man, he is attacking the course. John V.
Okay, looks clean through Corn Dog Corner. Heading out to NASCAR backstretch. The long backstretch of the backstretch.
Oh, gets cones, bunches of cones. Wow. John V with at least 5 cones out there. That is not good. A 54,131, and I am telling you there is no way that's less than 4, but I believe 5 cones. Do you feel the pressure?
Is that the third car that's done that?
Yes.
Is it wet up there or something?
No, not there. It's wet after that, but not there.
Why 3 of them do it?
Just going in too hot. I'm telling you, that was it. Too hot in there. Wow. John V was hauling the mail, too. Oh, this is so drama-filled. Remember, everybody, they're going to each make one run. This is a cumulative total. So if they're not all good, then it's going to not matter. I mean, who knows? Everybody's still in at this point. Uh-oh. Oh, my God.
Car broken?
Krebsbach's car is not happy.
This is nuts, Chad.
Oh, my God.
We say this every year.
And, dude, he is out there. That car is not happy. But if he's clean, it may not matter. Dude, all these guys hitting all these cones means they're 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, 10 seconds off. Oh, wow. Yes, because, oh, my God, dude. Because Vittenvoss got all the cones. I mean, all of them right there. Now it's okay. 59,700. I would say that's no bueno normally, but right now, he's the leader. They are calling, well, no, he can't. I mean, Bertelsen, I don't know. I'm confused. John V, they wrote him down for 3 cones. I don't know how that's possible. It was like bowling for dollars down there. But right now, Krebsbach is showing on my screen anyway to be in the lead. Bertelsen back out there.
Battery pack that you brought up, and I've got both of them plugged in at the same time right now.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a chance 55,359. Good job for Bertelsen.
Sorry about that. I just didn't put 2 and 2 together earlier. It's okay. It wasn't down for very long.
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on now with Jensen? Do I have what? Yeah, I know, right? I swear to God, it's not the remote. This isn't NASCAR. Jensen I can't make this crap up, ladies and gentlemen. My God. Jensen is out. They are pushing Jensen's car. What the actual wow. I mean, seriously. Run, Forrest, run. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's tripping the finish line timers. All right. So right now, Krebsback, I believe, is the leader, even though his stuff didn't run until halfway through, like, turn 2. John V is behind him with 3 cones. I don't even know how that's possible. And he's in the hunt, which is unreal. Like, you hit 3 cones, that's 11,500 seconds in autocross time. And then Jensen now is out. And Bertelsen is here. And I'm waiting to find out. I don't know. Okay, so here's why I've been confused a little, and I'm going to fill you in on this. So remember when Bertelsen in the Green Mamba went and hit a cone back there before he was coming back up onto the backstretch? The right front tire of his car ran over the cone, and the tire went in the grass. If you go in the grass, it's a DNF, which means no time. Here's the thing. No, here's the thing. When your next closest competition is Jensen, who then stops running, you ain't in last place no more. When John V goes bowling for dollars with cones, you never know, maybe he gets a DNF. And then Krebsback's got a car that doesn't run right. I mean, this is like, could be the who can push their car the fastest before we're over. I don't want to say that, but do we do foot races if we have to? I mean, this is like, what the heck? I mean, they are looking under the hood of Krebsback's car. It absolutely sounded like a boost leak to me. Or like it had a problem and it was way too much fuel in the thing. It wouldn't rev up and come up on boost. I don't know. But they are looking under the hood right now. They are thrilled to death that we're having a delay right now because of Jensen's car. And they are inspecting the racetrack to make sure that there's no fluid on it or anything else, so we're safe and ready to rock and roll. So we're going to wait, and we'll let you know.
This is a nail-biter, Chad. I'm, like, completely confused, completely pumped, completely excited. It's chaos, pandemonium mixed with, like, craziness. But what else do you expect?
Absolutely. I think, folks, we're going to let you guys Watch the carnival unfolding down there as all 4 cars that are technically still in. Here's the thing. So Bertelsen had a DNF and then he had a good run. Jensen had a good run. No, Jensen had a not great run because he was picking up cones like a Hoover. And then had a DNF. So the reality is, those 2 dudes are pretty well batting 500 at the same time. Then John V goes out and knocks down a bunch of cones, curves back, does good on his first run, but then had the bumbling I'm not running right thing happen. That's just mind-boggling, and John V's like, let me at him. Wow. This is going to come down to the final run and be pretty entertaining, I got to tell you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, John V. out here ready to rock and roll. Now, John V going around Kirkwood Corner. John V, like I said, not good on his last run, but better than 2 of the guys. What's interesting is that Krebsbach's car did not run right, and they pushed him up to the starting line here where he just fired up the car. John V looking good on this run. Through the finish line, 52.862, that's a run. And I'm hearing it is clean. Now Krebs back, absolutely capable of running a full second better than that. If the car can get up to speed. There it goes. All right, so Krebs back. No, he's short shifting the car. The reason he short shifted the car was to load the turbo. That thing had no boost down low early. Loaded the turbo, put some fire in the pipe, and now it's gonna run fine. That's the challenge. Krebs back knows he's gonna be slower than he was, but is it gonna be enough? It's making boost. You can hear the whooshity whoosh whoosh noises there, Ramey. I think we're all right. I mean, not great, but we're better than not all the way bad. Keeping it wound out, he got a cone. Krebs back got a cone. 54-321, 54-321. Remember, John V had 3 cones on the first run, and this is cumulative. We add all of this up. Right now, you're talking about, ooh, it's really close right now. Really close between the two of them. I'll do the math in a second as Bob Bertelsen goes out on the racetrack. Bertelsen around turn number 2 into the slalom. He has a DNF. There is virtually no way he can win this thing unless everybody ahead of him gets a DNF on the next run as well. And that's too bad because Bertelsen is running good numbers. Right now, Krebs back is approximately a second behind John V in total. Bertelsen through the lights, 60.342. Strano telling John V, don't DNF. No pressure. I don't care. That car does not sound right. It has not sounded right since this afternoon's issue, but it is still fast. Looking good. John V all through the slalom. It's clean. Man, I am telling you, the fact that he is keeping his head together after that first lap is a testament to how good these two can be. Him and Sam Strano really doing well in this car. John V up the hill onto the backstretch for the final time tonight. This is the final lap for John V here at King of the Mountain 6.0 presented by Summit Racing Equipment. John V through the finish line, 53-541. Right now, I mean, again, this is beer math, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so here's the thing. Ramey's going, dude, do you really want to tell people this? And really, I don't know, so I'm just going to tell you. So we're doing our beer math right now. By the way, I don't know if Krebsbach has asked for a 5-minute mechanical or not, but he's standing down there. Everybody's like staring, and I don't know. But here's the thing. The problem with my beer math is I've had no beer. So I don't know if that makes it more accurate or less accurate. I'm just going to roll with it. I think that according to my math and Ramey's phone, Krebsbach would have to run a 50.513, 50.513. Do I think he's capable of that? Yes. I think that if that thing was running right, he is capable of that. However, I just got word all right, I have just gotten word Krebsbach is out. Your winner of King of the Mountain 6.0 presented by Summit Racing Equipment here in 2024, John V. Repeat for the car that Sam Strano won in last year. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. John V. Again, that first of 3 was ugly. It was so fast, and then he took out all the cones. Dude, he collected himself, and like a pro, came out for the next 2 runs and did really, really good. Krebsbach, I believe, could have hung with him, having trouble. Bob Bertelson, you're a bad, bad man. Congratulations for making it to the final. Jensen, also congratulations. All of our competitors, all 48 of you, deserve big, big congratulations out here tonight. And we love you guys for being out here. Again, great job to everybody. But John V., the champion here at King of the Mountain 6.0, presented by Summit Racing Equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do driver interviews and shoot off a bunch of stuff on the racetrack and all these things. But if you guys are heading home, I will remind you to please be safe. If you've been drinking, have somebody else drive you home. And everybody up on the hill, everybody down here in the main grandstand, thank you so much for being a part of our great festivities tonight. We do appreciate you guys, and again, we know you have a lot of choice in how you spend your money, and the fact that you came out here to support your local racetrack means the world to Ryan and the entire UMI crew. So on behalf of them, you are welcome to hang out. You are welcome to watch the festivities, but if you're heading home, thanks for being here. I'm Chad Reynolds with Bangshift.com, and we do hope that you had a great time. We sure did. It was not without its drama. Man, John V., congratulations again. What a show.